Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. Welcome to Doom 4, aka Doom 2016, because the actual name of this game is Doom. Because of course it is. From now on, I'm going to call this Doom 4. That's your only warning. This game... Doom Eternals, von Falkenstein. And we'll get there when we get there. So, this game has an interesting pedigree going. Doom 3 came out. It managed to surpass Doom 2 in terms of sales. And everyone was like, sweet, we did it. Woo! Came out in 2004. Resurrection Evil came out 8 months later in 2005. So naturally, Doom 4 was greenlit almost immediately. However, that's kind of a lie. The first thing they wanted to do is they really, really wanted to farm out production of Doom 4, just like they'd already done with Wolfenstein. For those of you who don't remember, Return to Castle Wolfenstein had come out in 2001, actually predating Doom 3 by several years. So they were like, we want to hand off our main IPs to other studios. And what we really want to do is we want to focus on this new, brand new, great IP. It's going to turn into this amazing thing. It's going to be fantastic. It's called Rage. Now, that pause was for those of you who understand the humor of that statement. Let's move forward a little bit. Anybody here actually play Rage? Well, hang on. Let's rewind a second. So Doom 3 Resurrection Evil came out in 2005. Doom 4 began full production in 2007, and it's called Doom 2016. So you could probably already see the problem here. But let's start covering this, shall we? So, like I said, they were trying to make this brand new IP. John Carmack was really focusing on Rage for a long time. And as you might imagine, whether Rage is a good or bad game is not the purview of what we're talking about here. Instead, the relevance of Rage is that it took so much of the company's internal development cycles, and indeed most of the original Doom teams, and it was so focused on the technical side of things, because it was John Carmack's baby, that Rage took up a lot of focus. Now, there were some issues. They brought in a couple of things. Doom 4 was kind of being worked on in the background. There was a little side stuff, right? They brought in Graham Joyce, a British author some of you may actually have heard of, rather well-known author who won several awards for his works, to do a story. And the whole focus of the story of Doom 4 was going to be, we're going to shift perspective again. It's going to be set during or immediately after the events of Doom 2. And it was going to be covering the impact of what it was like from the ground floor, seeing the invasion of Earth from hell. Make sense? Okay, that sounds interesting. That sounds cool. I'm kind of with it. This is the much maligned Call of Doom that many people have seen and many people have mocked, including a few people in chat just a few seconds ago. We'll never know if that was going to be a good game or not. And I know that's a strange way to put that, because we only ever saw relatively early development builds and not polished finished products. And I mean, frankly, I could turn just about any game into what it is. But this is what it could have been, what should have been, what wasn't, because a couple of things happened, one after another, after another. First thing that happened is in 2009, this company called Zenimax showed up and bought it outright. Now, you're probably thinking, who the hell's Zenimax? And if you're thinking that, I just want you to know you made my day a little bit. That also led to several other studios in getting involved. I actually sat down and figured it out. It was id, Certain Affinity, Battle Cry, and Escalation. 4 separate studios all had their hands in the development of this game. Rage came out in 2011. Now, what's funny about Rage is whether it's a good or bad game. Again, I've never actually played it. I had no interest in it. But it did sell really badly at launch. But then there was a little bit more word of mouth, a little bit more spread. It actually hit over 1 million units. Now, the thing is, and you already know where I'm going with this because you've heard me talk about any video game ever, 1 million units is actually really good sales figures. The moment you hit 7 digits, you have officially gone from doing well to doing great. Most games should aspire to hit 7 digits when it comes to units shipped. Naturally, that meant that they thought the game was underperforming, and as a result, Zenimax started getting more directly involved with the development of Doom 4, which I remind you was kind of at this point in time. So that's cool. Anyways, then immediately after that, John Carmack left the studio, 2013 now. Uh, and then Graham Joyce died in 2014. So, right about here, right about in the 2013-2014 range, several Zenimax people came in and was like, all right, show us what you've got for Doom 4. I should mention, by the way, for all of my stubborn insistence on calling this Doom 4, the game that they were working on at the time was called Doom 4. That was the development title and the initial title. They rebranded it as Doom after the big reboot. And here's the deal. Some of you probably know that a lot of games will go through a bit of a rejiggering when it comes to development. That's actually pretty normal. They throw out ideas and they get rid of concepts, and sometimes they start development and then they think, well, let's try this other thing. Sometimes they engine hop, sometimes they genre hop. But very, very rarely do they completely throw the game out the window entirely, which is what they did here. They actually took Doom 4 and completely tossed all the assets and resources they'd done to work on it and started from scratch. So while the game was technically in development for 9 years, for all intents and purposes, Doom 4 was actually only in development for about 2.5 years, which is a lot more reasonable for this kind of a thing. So, restarted from scratch, brought in a new director, brought in several new teams. They started what they called the push forwards combat system. You'll be hearing me talk about it quite a bit because it's one of the major features of the game. It's called the reinforcement loop, but again, we'll talk about that as we get there. They also brought in a gentleman named Adam Gascoigne. Now, most of you probably don't know who that is, and that's fine. He wrote the story for Call of Duty 3, the Quantum of Solace game, and a little name called Call of Duty Black Ops, the original, the one everyone praises for the story. They brought him in and said, hey, give us a narrative, but don't do it yet. And he was like, what? He's done some interviews about this. It's actually kind of funny because they wanted there to be a narrative, but they wanted it to be de-emphasized. So he was tasked with the unenviable job of coming up with background lore and history and concepts and stories and arcs and characters, essentially after the game was mostly done. And he was just like, okay, fine. So he grafted a story onto an existing framework of a game rather than the game being built to inform the story. In this case, I think it worked, but to be completely honest with you, I think it only worked because Gascoigne himself was a fairly talented writer, or at the very least, he pushed out some interesting stuff here. Now, and yeah, I don't even want to get into the artistry that was going on here, because that also was something that was being pushed out. I should also mention, for good or for bad, this may taint your opinion of him, but Gascoigne is also the one who wrote Doom Eternal and both of its DLCs. We'll see what we think of that as we get there. This would not be a complete commentary if I did not mention Mick Gordon. Now, he obviously did the music for this game, and he worked on the Killer Instinct reboot, as well as Wolfenstein New Order and Wolfenstein New Colossus. Certainly a talented composer by all accounts. Actually has done quite a few interviews about the development of both this game and what happened immediately after it, which we're going to save for later. But there was one stipulation that was put upon him for the creation of the music of this game. No heavy metal. Now, you all mentioned that to me during the Doom 1 and 2 stuff, and I decided to do my due diligence and read up on that. And yeah, no, that really was an actual stipulation. So he was like, okay. So he did quite a bit of stuff here. Quite a bit of music, and eventually just kind of started adding guitars in. Just kind of quietly. We'll showcase his music as we go. My favorite tidbit of his was where he's talking about how he had to approach the creation of music in certain areas from a completely different perspective, which is absolutely correct. It's the kind of thing I would expect from someone who knows what they're doing. But I wanted to mention a couple other points before we move forwards. First of all, you remember that initial preview in 2014? Because I do. So this is kind of a weird one. Let's go ahead and mention this game was very successful. It sold extremely well, and it was very well received by basically everyone, including me. We actually streamed this game. That's how recent this is. But the initial preview did two things. It was like, here's a bunch of glory kills, no real gameplay other than the glory kills, and a heavy, heavy focus on multiplayer. Now, if that sounds strange, then you don't remember what the environment was like in 2014. And obviously there was a lot of trend chasing going on. So it makes perfect sense that they would be like, all right, multiplayer, multiplayer, multiplayer. Look at all the multiplayer we got in this. The response and reaction to that was really lackluster and very critical. As a direct response to that, Zenimax flat out refused to have any early review copies. Now, for those of you who actually don't know what that means, that's bad. If a company flat out does not allow an early review or early access review from professional sites or studios, then what that almost always means is they have no faith in the game in question, or it's a straight up scam. This happens so frequently, it's actually kind of pathetic. You know, the game comes out and it's riddled with bugs, or it's incomplete, or it's got issues, or it needs a day one patch or whatever, and they don't want reviewers having that tainted version of the game in order to make the review. And yeah, and it's Bethesda, Zenimax, holding back this particular review. And you see where this is going, right? And so everyone was like, oh god, this is going to be awful. Thankfully, the game came out and happened to be awesome, so it kind of bypassed that. But there was a lot of, because anybody who was paying attention remembered the Call of Doom game, which didn't look impressive, and then this response to it. So that's like three major bets. Oh, and also the fact that the game was in development for 9 years. So all of that was bad sign. But I have to mention one last success story for Doom 4, and that is the Switch port. That sounds like a weird thing, but you have to understand, there's this concept called the Switch bump. So there's 3 gaming consoles in history which are just so prolific and so widespread and so common that releasing a game on any of these things, on any of these 3 things, please don't make me go down the rabbit hole right now. I don't have any of my links available, so I can't cite sources right now. If you give me a minute, I'll go find it, but I don't care, and neither do you. It was the E3. I even covered it on this channel. We covered it live. It was a video showcasing of the glory kills, and then they talked about the multiplayer system, and all they talked about was the snap. You remember? It was the snap system. That's all they talked about during the preview. Anyways, Doom 4 came out on the Switch because the Switch is one of those 3 consoles that just are so prolific and so saturated and so all over the place that simply releasing a game on them causes a bump in sales. The other 2, if you're curious, are the PlayStation 2 and the DS, the Nintendo DS. So Doom 4 came out on the Switch. Now, that's not necessarily by itself something that's going to cause a bump, although it did. But it runs really well on the Switch. And this also led to kind of another thing, because there were several people who were very hesitant on picking up the Switch because they had this impression that it was the baby console for babies, not just because of the games that were on it, but because it's just so far behind the much more technically impressive competitors that it was pushing up against. And while that is true that the Switch is nowhere near at the level of hardware of some of its contemporaries, the fact that talented people can make games run very well on the Switch, and this has been true for a while, by the way, says everything it kind of needs to. So, they managed to get Doom 4 working on the Switch, and working well on the Switch. So not only did that boost Switch sales, but it boosted Doom 4 sales. Now, that's all of my notes. One moment, please. Just give me a second. E3 2014, there it is. I found it instantly, Platonia. Like, what? There was the QuakeCon thing, which is also 2014. But there was a trailer at E3 of 2014, which showed off the glory kills and the Snapchat system. Then they had the QuakeCon thing, but that's actually, I was specifically referencing the E3 thing. Anyways, moving on. Game. There we go. Let's ignore that for a moment. Oh yeah, hang on. Let's check these out here. Make sure we're on normal, which we are. Don't want controller for obvious reasons. Hey, we have subtitles. Holy crap. Motion blur off. God. Depth of field off, as it should be. HDR off, as it should be. Looks like it saved most of my options. So that's good. Film grain off, as it should be. I think we're good. I have no idea, Joan.
They are rage, brutal, without mercy. But you will be worse. Rip and tear until it is done.
Rip and tear actually comes from the comic. And gameplay. Immediately. So, I know this is hard to stop after only 30 seconds, but I have to emphasize how good the scene we just saw was. Something this game does quite well is it characterizes Doomguy for the first time. As we have mentioned a few times, obviously this is a retcon that we were playing the same Doom guy from Doom 1, 2, and 64. However, this is also this is kind of a soft reboot. They weren't 100% sure where they wanted to go with this, and again, I've talked about Gascoigne and his story ideas. And there was a very strong intention to kind of have it be vague in Doom 2016. And when 2016 succeeded, that's when Eternal codified the fact that this was actually the same continuity rather than a reboot. Just getting that out really quick. But, characterization. So, yeah, what's the first thing that happens? We wake up. The game doesn't leave first person, by the way. First thing we see. A lot of games will do a thing where the third person camera will be out here and it'll zoom in on us. And then it's like, oh, let's get to gameplay. And then it'll shove into first person for gameplay. The game we just played, Doom Cubed, does exactly that, right? But in this game, the camera just didn't leave first person. It just stays right there for the entire cutscene. So we're immediately shoved into the action, narratively as well as gameplay-wise. We're chained up. There's a couple of weird, not quite demon humanoid things around. Smash out, grab, kill. Grab, take gun, immediately into gameplay. There's a quick dot for aiming. There's the two guys right in front of us. Everything about this is great, both narratively and gameplay-wise, because we're immediately getting some presentation of what's going on and who we are and how we play through it. That is already amazing. Yeah, no monologue. We have one quick speech from the comic, which is where that quote comes from. And then we get right into it. We're going to have a bit of a monologue in a minute, but yeah. Not that some people think narration is an automatic negative to writing, and I don't agree with that. But I have to admit that in general, I tend to prefer really good immediate presentation of story, rather than someone saying, in the year 2025, or whatever the hell whenever this game occurs, there was an energy crisis on Earth. Humans at the UAC Corporation came up with the one true way to fix it. They called it ardent energy. And they could have done that. They could have had the narration setting up the scene. Instead, it's just us in chains looking up at the thing as they've just opened the casket. Like, huh? Kong, Kong. There's actually a decent amount of story to Doom 4. Go figure. We're going to definitely give some positives to animation, because the animation in this game is bonkers. Speaking of bonkers, let's just take a look around for a second. So get used to this. It's one of our primary tile sets, is the UAC tile set. But it's a good tile set. It is very Aliens, is what I want to call this. Right? That lived-in feel. You could tell that this has just been scraped over and the paint's rusted down and this thing. It does have actual color, but a lot of the color has been worn away. It's a little whiter, though. Yeah, very industrial. That's a good word. Very industrial. I like that. Hey, 2 Master. Much obliged. As always. Yeah, it's solid. 1 second, please. I need to write down that. Sub 2 Master. Towards triangle strategy. Fire Emblem 3 houses. And Dragon Age 4. Yeah, that's the other thing. The candles, and this is actually visual storytelling, another thing this game's going to get a lot of. There's these weird candles and a skull, and like demonic ruins, and then like Weyland-Yutani. Go ahead, get your jokes out of the way, they're all good, but you get the point, right? There is an automatic visual contrast, but unlike some games, this is very, very much on purpose. In fact, this merger is going to be all over the place. I've already commented on this. But one of the things they'll do in this is make these demonic summonings a Tuesday meeting, right? Remember, all sacrifices are consensual. Like, that's a thing in this game. You know, we got the smears and the blood, and they've got guts and organs, and then just, like, industrial pipes and lines and energy things. And what? I love it. So, a couple other things. You notice we don't have a HUD yet. In fact, canonically, we're currently naked, which is just kind of funny to me for several reasons. Let's talk about our initial gun. So they give us this pistol, right? First of all, it's more energy than blaster, Jesus Christ, than slug thrower. But I love it, especially listen to that sound. Listen to that. Also notice how very, very, very little spread it has. You can see it on the wall over here. Do you see that? It has a little bit of spread. It's not perfect accuracy, but that is nice right there. I don't get why the Jux casing either. It's probably a leftover animation, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. But yeah, the sound is great. Nice, bassy beginning, and a nice little high-pitched electrical sound at the end of it. Boing, boing. You can almost hear it like there. It also looks chonky. This looks like a kind of pistol that should probably be physically impossible to wield with a single hand. But we did just break out of metal chains, you know, with our bare arms, so sure. We can just go ahead and accept that. Also just looks cool. I also like, there's almost always a thing where you get a gun and you do like this visual showcasing of the gun. Like that goes back to like Half-Life, I believe. So we actually did that here, but not until we'd already killed the demons in this room. And I just want to stress, Souls, loader. I just want to stress how smart of a decision. It's such a minor thing, but it implies the tone of the entire game. Gameplay first. And indeed, that's how this game was constructed. Here's the pistol, shoot a few things. Now we look at the pistol, try it out, pull out the slot or whatever is in the back, and then pull it back in. And the fact that he didn't even care about what he was using to shoot until he'd already shot says a lot about who we're playing as. Again, that all-important animation for characterization. Also, the movement is much more fluid. This is right back to the speed car on wheels style of movement from, you know, Doom 1 and Doom 2, as opposed to the more standard movement of something like, say, Doom 3.
We have to contain this.
So, with one line, we understand our enemy. With one line, we know that that's the villain. Now, granted, the line isn't what really does the heavy lifting there. It's all about the animation, the presentation. She's got this bodysuit, which looks like she has ribs. Like, there's this skeletal look to it, and she looks kind of sickly. She's actually bald, too, and not in a, like, a deliberate way, kind of in a she has cancer kind of way. And her tone gets across that she's worried about us, because we know we just came from that. The amount of visual storytelling going on in here in seconds is bonkers, and forgive me for pausing to talk about it so much, but holy crap. And yeah, there's several people who, oh no, that's just one person. I'm sorry, that's a chair. My bad. One person up there. Plus the chair. Area lockdown initiated. See your local security officer for more information. So, yeah, hang on. So... So, lots of gore, lots of guck, a little bit of a gross warning, not too bad. The gore in this game didn't bother me that much. Next one, we'll get to that. And then there's this suit. This strange... What is this suit? It calls to me. Demonic invasion in progress. Status report. And now we know how to fight the Reapers. Oh, Jesus Christ, go play these games, Mr. Red. What's wrong with you? So, notice they show what we see in lore, and then get rid of it, so it's not in the way of the actual gameplay. Base casualties unavailable. Faculty damage unavailable. Threat level unavailable. Attack origin unavailable. Satellite dish array offline.
Cannot determine the cause of the demonic invasion until the Resop satellite is brought back online.
Okay.
Welcome. I'm Dr. Samuel Hayden. I'm the head of this facility. I think we can work together and resolve this problem in a way that benefits us both.
I'm sorry. I love him. He is one of my favorite modern actors. Like, ever. I'm serious. You know how there's, like, eras of voice actors? You know, we had, the 80s and 90s, and then we had the aughts, and now we have, like, more modern stuff. So, you probably don't recognize him because he has tremendous range, but that is Darren DePaul. He actually got his start all the way back in 2002. But in the game terms, one of his... Oh my god, it actually was his first game. The first game he ever voiced for was Tor. He voiced Valkorion. He's also Warlord Blackhand over in World of Warcraft. He plays a Nubarak in several Blizzard-related stuff. He obviously plays Hayden here. He was in Battlefront as Weequay. He's in FF15 as Arden. He's a lot of people in Legion. He plays Gallywix in Legion. And you're probably thinking, huh? Because he doesn't sound at all like him. He plays Alpha and Beta in Nier Automata. He is Emperor Callus in Destiny 2. He is the Chosen Warlock in XCOM 2. He plays N'Zoth in WoW. I actually didn't know that one. Oh, God, what else? He voices the Prince of Darkness in Darksiders 3. He is many characters in Spyro Reignited. He's Reed Thompson in Outer Worlds. A lot of people. Mamoru Takabe in Yakuza Like a Dragon. Reinhardt from Overwatch. Probably not even know that one. In the recent Spider-Man PS4, PS5 stuff, he plays J. Jonah Jameson. He's awesome. He's got great range, and he is a great actor. You'll notice a lot of the ones I just listed are villains. Yeah. Don't have anything to add to that. But he can play good people, too. He's legit. The Praetor suit. Some relics were found in the tomb alongside the Doom Marine. Some To be very, very clear, we are Doom Guy, not Doom Marine. But those are fan terms, not in-universe terms. I just want to be clear about that. Because the fan term for the guy we played in Doom Cubed was Doom Marine, whereas the guy we play in the other 5 games is Doom Guy. Just being very clear about that. Anyways, some incarnation tablets and an ancient combat suit, which is given the name the Praetor suit, the one who comes before. When found, it was encased in an inscribed stone tomb. The suit was extracted from the rock, cleaned, and subjected to numerous tolerance tests, and found to be almost impervious to any damage. It appears to have some mechanical function as well, small receptors on the gloves and chestplate that attracted argent plasma and dissipated it through capillary tubes in the substructure. Markings on the armor were also consistent with images of a man, or humanoid, seen in several of the tablets and stones found in other expeditions. The same markings were also noted on the Helix stone. Despite it being clear that the suit can be activated in some way, no method has been found to do it. It appears to be missing a component, likely the Doom Marine himself. So, now we have our HUD. Solid, crisp, immediately indicative. Health, bar, color, number, ammo, charge, weapon equipped, and currently we actually have the infinity symbol, so, we really do just have infinite ammo on the pistol. This is the no really. And it's great for at a glance. So already, God, there's so many positives we're going to get this game. Already we got some good stuff going on here. So, these are glory kills. Now, this is a minor thing, because normally I'd complain about that kind of tutorialization, but there's 2 things that make it acceptable. First thing, it's very fast. All you need to do is tap F, which is the glory kill thing, and it's done and gone. But the second reason, and they do this smartly, is they activate a mob with a glory kill already ready to go about 10, maybe 15 feet away from you. Because they're tutorializing not just the fact that you can do glory kills at all, but the snap feature of them. Because glory kills can absolutely grab from quite a range, and that is absolutely a tactic that hopefully you'll see me soon, but people who are actually good at this game can do quite a bit. So, oh yeah, hang on. The Possessed are created in a Lazarus Wave event, a phenomenon first discovered by Dr. Olivia Pierce during her Lazarus project. While most victims exposed to Argent biowaves will expire without further effect, some subjects will absorb traces of Argent energy and enter a state of posthumous vigor. Despite necrosis of internal organs, with the exception of the brain, the victim continues to animate and exhibit a low order of sentience for weeks or even months after clinical death. Posthumous brain activity in the Possessed is limited to instinctive behavior, when the Possessed are known to be territorial when confronted by the living. When isolated, they will often enter a dormant state for extended periods of time. They will stand unmoving for days or weeks until presented with a live food source or threatened by a predator. An interesting behavior has been seen when the Possessed are held in small groups. They will drag human corpses to a central location in their holding pens and perform a silent ritual around the pile of bodies. The resulting ceremonial site appears to be the initial stages of a gore nest. These actions must be driven by telepathic communication with higher-ranking demons, as there is no local brain activity that can manage such choices. The Possessed will perform these tasks even when limbs are removed or Pavlovian pain responders are implanted in their cortex, further cementing the theory that they are unwilling slaves performing an integral part of the life cycle of the demons. The Possessed create a birthing ground for new demons, and upon expiration are themselves used as fertilizer for the gore nest. Oh yeah, by the way, all that lore, totally optional. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Making story optional is one of the weirdly better choices games tend to make, in my experience. I know that sounds contradictory, but the story being there for the people who want it... I don't remember, Zara, I'm sorry. The story being there for the people who want it and being avoidable for the people who don't, from practice and experience, tends to be a good thing, right? Hang on, Zar. Looks like it was Blade Javal. Blade Javal 1, Zar. I do dislike Dark Souls storytelling. And I still do. I still think Dark Souls storytelling is terrible. And I will always give it a negative for it. But that's because Dark Souls story isn't optional. It's obfuscated. There is a difference. And regardless, execution also matters. I admittedly have this fresh on my mind because a lot of what WoW has been doing in the last 2 expansions is exactly this, making a decent amount of the story optional. WoW has this new concept that they just invented, again, in Shadowlands or Dragonflight, I'm not sure which, called Stay a While and Listen. Yeah, I know. But it is. It is actually called that. What'll happen is, let's say I pick up a quest, and I'm like, Trithan, give me your quest. And Trithan says, sure, go kill 5 boars. And I'm like, you got it. But then I noticed that Trithan has an icon around him. And if I go to talk to him, he's got a little thing that says, stay a while and listen. If I do, a cutscene plays. It's just a little bit of extra story or flavor or character or plot or whatever. But it's a cutscene, almost always fully voiced, that I could just sit there and watch if I choose to. I don't have to. I can just do the quest and move on. I like that. I enjoy that. So, God, I would agree with that, Played False. Different kind of games works a little bit differently. Although, then again, I don't know. Now I'm challenging myself. What would, like, FF6 be like if much of the plot and story was, like, optional bonus stuff you could go find? Like, what if that thing... the scene with Setzer in the airship was a commonality rather than the exception in FF6. I'm not sure what I would think about that. I'd have to chew on that. Anyways, FF where the plot is optional. FF13. I apologize. I want to get all my notes down before I forget them. There's a lot of density in the first few minutes here, so I apologize for how much we're pausing, but I really want to get some details on these. You know what? Actually, yeah, ATEs from FF9. That's a good example of the concept we're talking about. And they never did that again, and I've always wanted them to do that again. Hi, Black Malkin. This game sucks. This game is garbage, Black Malkin. You just don't even watch. It's negative 500 to gameplay. Okay. Sorry, Javan. Have a good day, Javan. Why would you donate to this crap? This game's garbage. It's garbage. See you around, Javan. Have a good day. I mean, this is going to be a much higher paced run once we run out of density to type up positives for. Damn it, Yura. Actually, you want to hear something funny? So I finally had my first hardware issue with the Joy-Con. It's with my new ones. It's the one my niece has been using, and she's been using it so hard. Like, she's been shoving the analog so hard. You probably can't even see, but, like, she's ripped apart the outer edge of the analog there. Of the joystick or whatever. So that's actually falling off of it now. Normally I would have already bought a new one, but I mean the Master Switch is coming out in like what, 8 months now? No, closer to 6, isn't it? Anyways, Doom 3 didn't score super badly, no. I mean the Super Switch. That's a good point. You know what? Can we replay Starfield? Is anyone cool with that? Let's just discover Starfield instead of this. Let's do it. So, brickwork. I knew I was missing something. God, brickwork. Right work. Doodads. So, we're a few seconds in. And there's the shotgun. The UAC shotgun disperses a spread of high-velocity buckshot for maximum impact against the enemy, ideally suited for the operative who requires a speedy response to deadly close encounters. The wide coverage of this weapon loses impact at long range. Weapon is forged from high-quality titanium steel alloy to ensure maximum reliability, repeat weight, and yield strength. Also, while we're here. Sorry, we should show off the interface for just a second. So, interesting little tidbit. It tells you how many kills you have per item. Like, per thing. So, we've killed 3 enemies with that, for example. I didn't read this out loud. I apologize. Every UAC employee is presided with the standard UAC EMG, which means Energy Matter Gel, sidearm upon promotion to Tier 2 and above. The sidearm is reliable and effective at short range. A gravity gear dynamo in the stock charges a capacitor when the operator moves. When the weapon is fired, the capacitor compresses up to 4 megawatts of argent energy into hardened plasma gel and launches the slug at high velocity. The gel slug has the same impact properties of conventional ammunition, making the weapon act and feel like a standard ballistic firearm. The weapon is constructed of thermally diffused metal alloys, which allow it to discharge rapidly and repeatedly without overheating or compromising accuracy. The capacitor in the EMG can also be upgraded to concentrate the energy into one large pulse for additional stopping power. So we've got a couple of things in the upper right there. We'll come back to that later. There's the tutorial thing, which we actually already saw. We've got a Praetor suit token. These allow us to upgrade the suit. We'll talk about that later. These are the weapon upgrade points. We'll talk about that later. This is the map. It's a good map. It's a good 3D map. In fact, this is funny. When I was doing research for this game this morning, I found out for the first time, something I've suspected for a while, is that they were directly inspired by Metroid Prime in the creation of this map. Go figure. For those of you who don't understand, this really is very Metroid Prime-y. I do think it's probably better than the Metroid Prime maps, but duh, right? Like, that tracks. So let's go ahead and jot down map and the potential positives. Well, right now it's kind of hard to judge, but, you know. There's an echo. We missed an echo. Oh my god, we need to go back and get the echo. Alright, we're already running. I've been playing too much Doom Cubed. I immediately started holding down shift to run. Oh no, we can't go back. No, we missed it. Alright, whatever. Moving on. Music? Why would you have music in a Doom game? Get out of here, Dark Day. Excuse me. Notice how... One second. He's an imp.
Demonic presence at unsafe level.
That was an imp.
In effect.
These ferocious and agile demons are found all over Hell and are often used in the front line in a concerted attack in either dimension. They revel in battle, feeding off their victims when hunger takes them. Oh, by the way, it also shows glory kills and kills. Just because it can, because why not? And let me reload. Oh, yeah. Speaking of which, sound. So, I still kind of prefer the super shotgun sound from Doom 2. But it's interesting because if you're paying attention, in Doom 2, the super shotgun was really, really, really bassy. I sigh at you, Linarith. So it's really, really bassy in Doom 2. But in Doom 3, it was very, very high-pitched, like a standard pistol. And this, it's kind of right in the middle. Listen to this. Like, I know that I can't even describe this audibly. Like, if you have the high end of the register and the low end of the register, it's right in the middle. It's just, you can hear the high sounds and the low sounds actually combining to that. Right there. It's very meaty. Unfortunately, probably not Czar. That's not how that works. If I was to start giving games negatives for how badly they treat the people who work on the games, then every single game ever made in the history of the ever would be getting negatives for that. So, let's talk about glory kills briefly, shall we?
Demonic presence at unsafe level.
Are they all dead? God damn it. Alright, hang on. Let's not talk about glory kills. Let's never talk about glory kills. Okay, here we go.
Demonic presence at unsafe level. Lockdown.
Damn it. So I'm trying to show off different glory kills. If they're glowing, you can glory kill them. Put simply. Oh, by the way, notice we're already in an arena. Like a minute and a half in, and we're already in an arena. So, you probably couldn't quite tell, but I just did 3 separate glory kill animations there.
Demonic presence at unsafe level. Lockdown. Endpoint.
There we go. So I'm trying not to kill them. It depends on how we approach them and what buttons we're pressing as we do the glory kill itself. Like that. Also notice we were rewarded with pickups for doing glory kills. This is called a reinforcement loop. The more you do X, the more you get X. This is what I was talking about earlier. And this is what the entire game is balanced around. In fact, one of the bigger complaints I've heard about this game is specifically that if you're not constantly moving and killing, you will actually fall behind pretty quickly. As indeed, it's one of the reasons why I'm kind of having issues here, is because I'm trying to show off glory kills instead of just killing the enemies. Yep, there's another one. Alright, saw that one.
Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
Okay, so we've actually showcased 3 things really quickly there. I apologize for pushing through that. So, this is my first time playing the game. Nope. I have actually played this game before, on stream, in fact, although it was when this game came out, so that was 8 years ago. By the way, this game came out 8 years ago, for those of you who want to feel older today. Anyways, so, first thing, arena design. This is something that I had an epiphany on last night. Because, historically speaking, I've never really been into the Doom games. Not really. I enjoyed episode 1 of Doom 1, and that was kind of it, to be quite honest with you. That was the game I enjoyed, is that one episode. And I would replay that periodically, but anybody who's heard me talk about this before knows there's another game I would replay much more frequently. Quake. And Quake 2, for that matter. The significance here, and this might be me talking completely out of my ass, but this game plays and feels much more like a Quake game than a Doom game. Because Doom 1 was much more about the mazes, and the navigation, and getting the keys, and blah, blah, blah. Same thing with Doom 2. And then, of course, there's Doom 3, which was, you know, the tight corridor horror shooter. And then this has arenas. Now, obviously not the whole game is arenas, but you get my point. The emphasis and focus on this is a little bit different. This is also when the Red Room thing really starts to come in. I apologize because I was probably talking over it, but as we walked in, a red door, I think it actually is literally red in this case, shows up here and says, nope, you cannot progress until it's safe. Until you have wiped out all of the enemies in this area, you cannot move forward. That's the red door. It's actually a beat-em-up concept. So, we have to sit here and clear a room in order to progress, and the room is designed around being navigable to kill all the stuff that's there. Next thing I want to comment on is the glory kills themselves obviously reward you in drops and pickups, although just killing does that in general. But the reason I bring that up and the significance of that is in Doom 1 and 2, when we killed an imp, there was nothing relevant for that. Like, we didn't get anything out of killing an imp other than the fact that the imp would stop shooting us. Okay, cool, but that's it. In this game, we can actually get drops out of pretty much every enemy in the game. Once again, this is part of a reinforcement loop. And reinforcement loops in games are exactly what they sound like. You do X to get more X, right? Reinforcing the loop. So you are rewarded pretty much at every stage of the game for killing, and you're rewarded for different types of killing, which brings me to the third and final point here. Obviously, we can lock on for a glory kill from quite a distance, but A, the glory kills are very fast. Like, the longest glory kill in these games that I recall off the top of my head is maybe 1.5 seconds long, maybe 2 seconds, depending on how you define that. So it locks on from ways. It's very fast, so it doesn't get old. But also, it's a guaranteed kill, meaning you don't have to waste ammo on them, and you're invincible while you're doing it. All of these are very, very minor little things that help to speed the gameplay combat loop and ensure that it doesn't really get in the way. Because, frankly, this could be really, really frustrating if a glory kill was like, "Hwah, hwah, hwah, hwah." And I can't remember the name of the game. There's a specific game that came out. It was after the God of Wars. There was a game that came out that had glory kills, which you were invincible while doing, that lasted like 5 to 6 seconds per glory kill, and it just got so old. There's also another one I just remembered where you weren't invincible while doing it, and I can picture it in my head, but I can't remember what the name of the game is. It was one of those generic third-person action games. There was a bunch of those in the wake of the God of Wars. Anyways, where you were not invincible doing a glory kill, and you would just die while you're doing this glory kill you can't get out of. Anyways, so let's see, we've got... I have Viscerality. Might have been Prototype. Because actually I've played Prototype. I don't own it at the moment, but I played a friend's copy. Oh god, it might have been Duke Nukem Forever, because I have played that game. I know. I had to know. I had to know, okay? I also played Shadowrun. I played a lot of those. Like I said, a lot of those games blur in my head because they didn't really make much of an impact on me. So that's my fault. I'll admit to that. Ah. I mean, Hatred was literally a parody game, although they have not played Hatred, so we finally found one I haven't played. Whoops. Hatred is bad. It's... Listen, all I'm saying is that Hatred, it's just hateful. Itemization, that's what I was going to jot down. Sonic 06. Listen, I don't need to review Sonic 06 because Sonic 06 was reviewed for me. Now, I just realized some of you don't actually understand the reference I'm making here. Also, thank you for the support, Tara. I did notice it. I was just... You caught me at an odd time. Hang on, hang on. I just want to share this super quick. Sonic 06 gets a storyline 10 out of 10. Music is 10 out of 10. Controls are 9.5 out of 10. The levels are 10 out of 10. The graphics are 10 out of 10. The characters are 10 out of 10. The cutscenes are 110 out of 100. Elise looks like an FF13 character, and Sonic looks more real than gameplay. Also, it is my most favorite Sonic game Sega ever. Hang on. Sorry, I'm automatically... It is my most favorite Sonic game Sega ever made, and every person who hates this game is either a WoW nerd or a Activision gay. Exclamation mark, 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 exclamation mark. There we go. There you go. Sonic 06 review. Done.
He cannot be allowed to leave this place. He would ruin everything.
They promised you so much, Olivia.
I'm willing to take full responsibility for the horrible events of the last 24 hours, but you must understand. Our interest in their world was purely for the betterment of mankind. Everything has clearly gotten out of hand now, yes. But it was worth the risk, I assure you.
By the way, I love the characterization. They're just the little Betterment of mankind. Uh-huh. Here's Mars. Hang on, we gotta hold our breath. So, a couple of things. First and foremost. Sorry, ISE. Sorry. God. Oh yeah, Hayden's name is Samuel, by the way. Wah wah. So speaking of positive stuff here. Now, the skybox doesn't move, which is whatever. But one of the things I actually like about this is... How many of you didn't even notice right there? The quest tracker. Yes, I did, Tara. For the Trails games. So yeah, it's the compass right at the top. It's very unobtrusive. But our destination is 599.8 meters that way. You can also tap Alt, and it pops up like that. Tells you your current objective and where it is. Can I just say, we've discussed the significance of having a quest marker and its usage and misuse over the years in various games. Having it just be a little thing where you can tap like that is a quality of life feature I cannot believe more games don't do. Because most games have one of two states. It's there or it's not. One of the two. Just a fun little thing I wanted to mention. No story positives. Can you disable it completely? Good question. Let's double check that. Okay, so can we turn that crap off? You can turn off the compass. Oh, yep. Objective notifications, objective markers, update notifications, combat mark rating tutorial, interaction prompt, boss health bar, compass entirely, the entire HUD, and the highlight for glory kill, all of which can be toggled. So, yes. Tony, what's a mega texture? Despite the discovery of liquid water on Mars in the early 21st century, colonization of Mars had little appeal beyond exploration for the last century. With the discovery of the Argent Fracture, a transdimensional stream of unrefined Argent plasma in 2095, settling and mining Mars became both practical and essential to meet the vast energy demands of Earth. However, the need for atmospheric conversion and terraforming of the Red Planet was a task that seemed insurmountable to all but one corporation, the UAC. Through their diligent dedication to technological advancement and forward thinking, an outpost was established in MTC 2096 to extract Argent plasma from the fracture. When this plasma was subjected to the UAC's fermionic transference pattern, Argent energy is produced. This remarkable venture eventually bore fruit as Argent energy became the primary energy source for all of Earth. New visitors to the UAC facility may take for granted the rich atmosphere. While on the... cut off for some reason. I don't remember where all the Marines are, is the honest answer to that. By the way, did you notice? I know I turned down the volume a little bit, but when we started off this map, there was no music. Now there's like a low tension builder. I forget what that's properly called in music. Anticipatory music. Because... I wasn't using that anyways. There it is. I was wondering whether it was working. And the music dulls out again, now that we finished the arena. Thank you, Sturdy Reluctance. As always. So yeah, our shotgun, ironically, has very, very low spread. Which makes sense for what they're going for. That's going towards one shot, chance of Senar. Lufia 2R. Yeah, I've actually had a theory for a while, and I don't know if this is true or not. That they specifically wanted to overcompensate for the from Doom Cubed. I already turned the sound down. I don't know what else you want from me. What? What do you want from me, Debatable? Okay, fine. Okay, I can't hear that. I'm sorry. I cannot hear that. I'm not turning it down that far. I can barely hear that. Oh, God. I've got mufflers on. I'm underwater. So one other thing I wanted to comment on earlier, and I keep forgetting to do, is I really appreciate how video gamey the pickup looks. So we've got, you know, all of this is diegetic, which is, of course, you know, it looks like this is actually the surface of Mars, and these are actually pipes running through it, and that's actually a facility over there, and blah, blah, blah. And then there's this stuff, which Does not look like it belongs here at all. But that's good, because I don't want to look like armor shards or ammo belongs on the surface of Mars. It's a video game. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I will always prefer something that's more video gamey than not. So, with it. Is there a way to disable the glow? Probably not. But, you never know. Sounds like a no. I mean, yeah, this game is designed to have quite a hell of a soundscape in combat. Speaking of which, plus to sound design while we're here. This is a sequel to Doom 64. This is, literally, the fourth Doom game. Key. Because of course we have blue keys in this game. Correct. Doom Cubed has nothing to do with anything, and it's only referenced in kind of a casual way in Doom Eternal's DLC. So yeah, here's our key tutorial. Very, very simple and very brief key tutorial. How to get up there. Nope. I'm not going to go for all the collectibles, but I mean, this one's right here. Also, these were later produced as actual toys. There are 2 Marine Guide collectibles in every map. Each one you find will unlock a medal. Cool, I suppose. Grenades. So, grenades are infinite. They're just pure cooldown. No. We're playing the Doom guy, the guy from 1, 2, and 64, who was sealed in a coffin for, I believe, the Silent Torment is what they called it. Yeah. You'll notice those are basically health refills already. Yeah, no, I just needed to remember which button the grenades were. I might rebind that, honestly. Middle mouse is just not very intuitive for me to use. Well, in Doom 1, we were killing demons because we were the only one who survived, because we were off the side, because we protested killing civilians. Nope, this is what X does. I think I am going to rebind that. Hang on a second. What is G bound to right now? Chainsaw. Let's go ahead and do that. And then that way we can bind this to G. There we go. Z? That's actually not a bad idea. What's Q? Q is switch. Actually, we rebind a few more things here. Let's put chains on Q. There we go. Let's see how that feels. No, it actually does make perfect sense. So, I know this is going to sound like one of those I'm making it up, but I actually did that on purpose, and that worked out even better than I saw. Did you see the range, the AoE on that grenade? Grenade landed somewhere over here, and yeah. Listen, we're going to solve all our problems by killing demons. I don't see an issue here, really. No, Adam Suda. If we suddenly made fully rebindable key bindings a positive, then that's almost a pity positive. But also, on top of that, not every game gets credit for rebindable keys, because not every game has, I know this is going to sound strange, well-designed rebindable keys. Huh, a bunch of guys in one spot right after we got the grenade. I wonder why that is. So there was the timer on the glory kill. So to explain that slightly, and I'll actually give a very specific example here. Elden Ring allows you to rebind, but it's terrible rebinds, honestly. Oh, hello. Like, you can rebind this button. It does these 3 separate things, even though you want all 3 of those things to be separate bindings. Or you want the option to all 3 of those things to be separate bindings. Nope. Sucks to be you. I can't remember which game, but we had a game semi-recently, just a few weeks ago, which had that exact same problem. So, except, no, that's not true. What we had a few weeks ago was a game where we could only rebind, like, we couldn't have more than one button bound to something, even though by default, multiple buttons were bound to something. And yeah, I think that might have been Hitman. Or Deus Ex? It was one of the ones we just played. It was just a couple weeks ago. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to turn the music up. I can barely hear it. Oh, the music's already cranked. Okay, let's try this. Let's do this and then turn that down a little bit. Let's see how that feels. Was it Hitman? I believe you. I just remember being weirded out by it. Having said that, I absolutely did give this game a plus to options, because it has good options. You can go very, very, very fast in this game. I'm going to be spoiled for choice when it comes to setting up a speedrun. That's when we do the audit. Damn it, Ross. I know it. So let's see. Let's go this way. Oh god, that's another irritant. I'm sorry, that's already rebind. Yeah, because you have to like bind this to something else in order to open it up. Then you can rebind it. Then you can rebind the other thing. Look, all we're doing is giving negatives from now on. So, notice how they put this right in the way. Literally right in the path here. So, we can now choose an upgrade for the shotgun. Weapon mods. Field drones supply you with weapon mods that can be activated by using the weapon mod button. Choose the weapon mod you want. It changes the button. So, holding the weapon mod charges up a 3-round burst for the shotgun. Sorry, hang on a sec. Or explosive shot. Arcing explosive round. Basically a grenade launcher. Then, okay, this... There we go. Sorry. Excuse me. Notice it also tells us which upgrades we can... Oh my god, Twitch! Whatever. It also tells us which upgrades we can also do with regards to things. So we got a speed recovery, rapid fire, and quick load. Speed recovery, bigger boom, and instant load. I think I'm going to go with the explosive shot. Animation. So there's that. Oh, and the frag grenade. The design of this weapon is conventional in nature, though it's been refined to perform at the limits of its ballistic capabilities. The UAC fragmentation grenade uses a Comp D explosive package encased in a steel alloy shell. Has an effective fatality radius about 5 meters. Improvements over the antiquated M67 include a more reliable chemical fuse mechanism, interior machining of the casing to provide more efficient projectile dispersion, and a trigger switch safety clip to prevent unwanted activation. The newer Comp D explosive also ensures the radial pressure wave has no drop spots, ensuring full damage potential within the fatality zone. Studies of demons upon entering the dimension have shown that their conduct is not purely vindictive. There is method behind their actions. When a demon captures their prey, a fresh kill is taken to a temporary ceremonial site where arcane rituals are performed on the pile of blood and gore. When enough corpses have been gathered, the ceremonial site becomes a gore nest. These sites, imbued with hell energy from the rituals, act as umbilical cords to hell. Extreme caution must be taken when approaching a gore nest. Attacking the nest, or indeed any demons close in proximity, will act as an alarm and siphon more demons from hell. Speaking of which, possessed soldiers. While Lazarus Wave exposure does effectively wipe any vestige of human behavior from most of its victims, some subjects continue to display tactical cognizance posthumously. As with possessed engineers, this does not appear to be random. If an individual has training in combat as part of the UAC military, the Lazarus Wave event will transform them into more than mere slaves. This anomaly further supports the theory that there is some form of genetic coding embedded within the Lazarus Wave particles, which governs the outcome of Lazarus Wave exposure on a per-case basis. Oh yeah, and now we can show off the map a little bit better, and you can see what 3 dimensions looks like. Notice that we actually have indicators of things like, for example, specific spots for doors. Oh yeah, we can zoom in quite a bit. There's the Doom guy I actually got earlier. There we go. A lore indicator thing, all kinds of stuff. All this stuff mapped out here. Including something we didn't get. Possibly Ross, but I'm afraid you're gonna have to help me out here. One moment, please. Negative for the name. I really wish I could, but I cannot in good conscience give a negative for name. One second. It's like giving a negative to Ubisoft for Assassin's Creed Outlaws. Is it deserved? Probably. Is it worthy of mention? Yeah. Is it negative to the game? So, there's the map. And notice the gray is where we haven't been. Like over here. Also, a very minor thing, but I do like how it's very clear what is constructed. Like this spot over here is very clearly artificial. And what is not, just based on the virtue of how it's pathed there, how it's carved, I think is the word I want to use. Also, we have, we show exactly what we've already unlocked in this stage, 1 of 3 secrets. We haven't killed an elite guard. We have gotten 1 of the field drones. This is a pretty freaking good map. Like, seriously, this might be the second best map I've seen in gaming. I'll debate it, Von Falkenstein. Unskippable cutscenes is a gradient, and that might be quick enough to warrant not giving a negative to the entire game for about 30 seconds of unskippable cutscene. I'll debate it. So this is what we were backtracking for. So, an upgrade thing for the suit. Increased resistance to environmental explosive damage. Improvement scanning. Improvement equipment recharge time. Improved effectiveness of power upgrades. Yeah, I remember these as being... What, you can die in the intro? Do you have to really work at that? Okay, here we go. Compass will pulse near secret areas. Exploration items appear automatically. And larger auto mapping. Decrease explosive barrel and environmental damage. Decrease weapon self-damage. Immunity to explosive damage. Decrease equipment recharge. Increase number of equipment charges. Further decrease equipment recharge. And I can't even see those. Me too, Chithon. Let's go with the immunity to explosive damage. I feel like that's going to be useful. So there's a Praetor token. No, the map, please. Oh, hey, there's the first part of the level over there. Ah, that's actually funny. Oh, the Elite Guard is a company of security personnel charged with protecting the Lazarus Project research and maintaining order throughout the Argent facility. Their distinctive red uniforms still help distill a calming influence amongst UAC employees and are known to be level-headed, disciplined, and fair but firm. Their suits contain cybernetic augmentations, which give the Elite Guards an advantage should they need to quell any disturbances. The augmentations allow them to be faster, stronger, or more resilient to injuries. As I say, if we have more cutscenes that are unskippable, like the briefing with Hayden might come to mind, we'll debate that, because that might be negative territory there. I think they were. I might have been seeing a modded version of the game that specifically skips them. A controller doesn't have enough buttons to bind all the commands I want. Obviously, not a mouse and keyboard situation. However, yeah. Honestly, even in a mouse and keyboard situation, every now and again I have to start delving into shifts and controls to be able to actually get all the bindings I want. And this brings up something that I think Trithon mentioned earlier, which is Elite Dangerous. A game that needs lots and lots and lots and lots of bindings. So there's the grenade launcher. Whoops. Notice how even out here we've got a bit of arena design when it comes to encounter areas. I think it's cool. There we go. Yeah, I'm a little bit too much in the Doom 3 mindset. I'll get out of it. I'll get in the swing of things. I need to look up what the difficulties do in this game at some point. Still a negative, Ross, for essentially the same reason. I get why some games do that, and that's better. but I still think it's bad, if that makes any sense. So, music. I'm gonna shut up now. That was essentially a basic, you know, everyday fight. Oh yeah, the music also kind of Yoshi drums a little bit. Came so far and tried so hard that in the end it didn't even matter. I've actually theorized a couple of times that they specifically designed the weapons around their eventual forms. You know, basically built the game around the way the weapons would be upgraded to. And then added the upgrades and broke them back down. I don't actually know if that's true or not. I've just, like I said, something I've suspected a few times. Correct. Well, I mean, kind of. We're currently sprinting. This is walk speed right here. Can't put my finger on it, but I feel like something's wrong here. That's true. Every question in this game can be answered with the word
Welcome
bullets.
to the UAC. Now 221 accident-free days.
I can't tell if that's good or pathetic that it's...
Rested on the 7th day. But imagine how much further along we would be if you hadn't. The UAC is committed to excellence. That's why we implemented the 7-day work week. Now you can achieve greatness alongside your coworkers every day. Let's never stop achieving.
So the 7-day work week is something that's being workshopped right now in real life. In fact, Citizen Sleepers developers just implemented a 7-day... Or not Citizen Sleeper, sorry. Star Citizen. I think... Shoot, now I'm double-checking myself. Hang on. I think it was Star Citizen. Citizen Sleepers dev. It is Star Citizen. Yeah, there it is. Cloud Imperium Games. That's them. Yep. Some places already have experimented with a 4-day work week and have found it to be a positive outcome, even from a purely productivity perspective.
Now 221 accident-free days.
Anyways. I do work 7 days a week, but that is 100% my choice. Yeah, it makes sense. This isn't an accident. So, these little in-between loading screens are actually kind of like briefings, and I kind of like them.
Hello, I am Vega, the sentient intelligence assigned to Mars. After running diagnostics on the Praetor suit, it appears that I can activate optional challenges that, when completed, will assist in upgrading your arsenal at an accelerated pace. I have added a tracking component to your dossier.
So, challenges plus the gameplay. He's not loud. I hate all of you. I just want you to know how much I hate you. Alright, fine. I'll turn down everything again. Damn it. Just, Christ. I can't remember what I was thinking. I don't know what to call that, because it's actually upgrade. It's a power progression thing. Am I sure about the audio issue? I've had 3 separate people complain about the game being too loud. In different ways. I got nothing. Okay? I have no idea what's going on. Can I not increase my voice? I could try yelling. Would that help? Dreamwith? No, I'm not doing that. There really is no increasing my volume. I'm already almost peaking as is. I'm at -5 for a bit of perspective. If we go above 0, we're peaking for a bit of perspective. Whereas the game here, let's just here. That's -20 for a little bit of perspective. I'm at -5. That's at -20. I don't know what to tell you. All right. So, challenges, right? Challenges are great. I love challenges. And I liked trying to do challenges as many times as I possibly could because they actually give you additional upgrades. But also, it's just a fun little thing, right? It's like the difficulty mutators in the Assassin's Creed series, to use a specific example. You know, oh, sure, you can kill this person, but kill this person without ever using such and such, or kill this person without ever letting yourself touch water, or whatever, right? You know, that kind of a thing. It's the kind of difficulty mutators I tend to really enjoy. The fact that we get rewards from it is just bonus points. So, for example, on this page, we want to kill 2 possessed with 1 trigger pull from the shotgun. We also want to perform 5 different glory kills on the possessed and find 3 secrets. Now, we're probably not going to find the secrets, but the glory kills I'm already kind of trying to do. And 2 for 1 on the shotgun. That might be tricky, so we're going to have to play with that a little bit. Or it might be incredibly easy. Who knows? Vega! Running the Argent facility takes a lot of power. Not just electrical and mechanical power, but computational power. With so many interdependent systems feeding off of a single source, the UAC decided it would need to create a central mainframe computer to manage not only the flow of Argent energy, but the day-to-day operations of the facility with over 60,000 employees. This mega-computer, the brainchild of Samuel Hayden, head of UAC, would exceed the computational ability of any system before it, and more importantly, be recognized as the first truly autonomous artificial intelligence entity. They named it Vega. He's got these claws. It's really cool. In some things, he's got a Nazi hat. I don't know what's up with that. Anyways, that's true, Platonia. 50 negatives to gameplay for optional fun things to get you upgrades. How dare. Come on. Oh yeah, there's also a toggle upgrade that shows up there, showing your progress when you get a specific thing. See, there's no questioning if you've actually gotten a specific thing or not. It's just right there. You can tell if it counted. So we're already at 4, for example. Yeah, there's some actual feedback showing, hey, you did a thing. Now, it does use the decal painting for hits, but it also has recoil on hits. I'm okay with that. Yes? Oh.
Main power offline. Entrances not operational.
Okay, so which one haven't I got? There we go. Challenge complete. I've earned an upgrade point. So, I can use these to upgrade my freaking guns. So, reduce recharge time between explosive shots, increase size of the explosive shots, instant reload, or... Oh, sorry, and once you actually get all upgrades, you get a mastery point. The mastery point is getting a direct hit with an explosive shot will spawn cluster bombs that deal additional damage. We're going to go with size of... thing. So it's always the same way. So I actually like this system too. It costs 1, 3, and 5, I want to say. But either way, the upgrades always cost more, but the order in which they cost is entirely up to you. So if you value one of these more than the other, you can just get that one first. And yeah, you can absolutely destroy the entire game with the shotgun with all 4 of these upgrades. Do you have a buddy around here? That would be really helpful right about now. Hello? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Could you come here, please? Okay, a little closer. A little closer. There you go. Damn it! Okay, hang on. You. Come here. Come here. Come here. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not going to bite. I'm just going to kill you. Hang on. Let's go get rid of this thing first. Excuse me. I'm trying to do something here. Okay, moving on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. It's okay. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Come here. Hug. Group hug. Group hug. Listen, I know, 6 feet distance. It's okay, I understand. Here, over here, come on. Come here, Stumbly. Come here. Okay, so. Okay, and then... It didn't hit the other guy. Ah, whatever!
Main power offline. All entrances.
We'll come back to that.
Main power online.
believe in honesty. Especially now. In what will be your final moment.
She's not bald.
All the rumors, the human sacrifices, the hell portal, the demons. It's all true. My sisters and brothers, be thankful. You will be the first. You will have a seat alongside them, just as I will, in what will become the new world that they create for us. Starting now.
Yeah, by the way, this is effectively Bertruger 2.0, just with a little bit more screen time to flesh her out. Wait, Bragwin, have you been opening portals to hell? Be honest with me. Resource Operations Center, refers to as ResOps, was one of the first facilities constructed at the Mars base after the discovery of the Argent Fracture. It encompasses several key areas needed to run the facility, including plasma extraction and processing, isotope stabilization, heavy metal and ore mining, artifact analysis, communications networking, and off-world transport. New UAC employees posted to the Mars facility are expected to fulfill a tour of duty in ResOps before moving on to their specialized career bracket. Security Clearance Level 1 allows access to all areas of ResOps, including the Vega networking hubs and satellite control centers. For access to these locations, new advocates must submit a Delta form to the departmental enforcer.
Especially now, in what will be your final moments in this world. All the rumors, human sacrifices.
Okay, take two.
Starting now.
What? Oh, okay. Come on. You know, I don't actually know, Dakota. Well, I suppose we could test. We do not need to do that with primary fire. That's much easier. Although, there's our first real gameplay negative, Raspberry Jam. I actually forgot how bad it was in this. Because generally you don't stay there for long. Glad I took that upgrade. Yes, Olivia, I know you're very evil. I understand. Everything is evil. Everything's evil when you summon demons. During a Lazarus Wave event, victims undergo dramatic changes to physiology, both internally and externally. Aside from fundamentally changing the composition of their internal organs, the high-intensity plasma wave is strong enough to fuse metal to skin. In many cases, personal items such as watches and jewelry can burn through the skin and become permanently embedded in the victim. Perhaps the most unfortunate victims of this fusing event are any subjects that happen to be working with propane tanks or welding equipment. As this equipment is often attached to the body to allow for mobile work in low-gravity environments, the Lazarus Wave will create a demonized human with a highly combustible explosive device embedded in the skin. As with all possessed creatures, they are mindless and driven through some form of telepathic communication from an unknown demon overseer. Additional care must be taken when confronting a possessed engineer. If the fuel tank is punctured and it doesn't explode, the weakened container can turn the possessed engineer into an explosive projectile. This is a danger to any nearby being, both human and demon. By the way, notice how they tutorialized that. Guys coming at us, we're probably going to reactively shoot him. He goes flying back into the group of guys behind him and he explodes. There's your Baneling tutorial.
Demonic presence at unsafe level.
There's our lockdown. Red room. Notice the cooldown right there on the reticule, by the way. Did you catch that? It's right there. It's the red circle that's counting down. I love the HUD in this game.
Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
So, I've been told I'm actually unusual in this, but my favorite location for certain high critical things for the HUD is right there in the middle. And it's actually how I have my WoW set up, for example, if you've seen me do that. So, by the way, the crosshairs are unique. Sorry, that's a good thing to point out. Anyways, so I like to have, like, the health right there in the middle, and my casting or ammo or cooldown or whatever on the right. Again, right in the middle. That's another plus for the HUD. I mean, considering this place is regularly doing experiments with demons in order to absorb energy from them, yeah, I suppose they do have, like, an acceptable level of demonic presence. I'm not sure that it's even a Klingon proverb, Zactaf. Where'd you get that from? Good morning, Evo. Welcome to hell. Or, more accurately, corporate America. Alright, sorry, jotting down thoughts. Don't mind me. Oh no, that's interesting. It also can pop the challenges when you tap. Oh, I didn't know that. And in that vision they saw the future, bold and powerful, and many worked as one to bring the new order. What better words to inspire you as you set about initiating yourself into the UAC? Those who came before you and those who serve all operate with the same goal in mind, the development of a new dawn for mankind. It is by this principle of teamwork that we will elevate ourselves to the next plane of existence. If you have any suggestions to improve the work environment while your tenure at ResOps, please submit the suggestion form WADE1M4 to the command controller. I don't think I got that last time. However, it is imperative that you learn to accept things you can't change and follow the path that has been laid out for you. Your service in ResOps is a test of your devotion to the cause. Should you be asked to submit yourself for an interrogation program or an experimental treatment, you are expected to comply without question. If a fellow advocate tasks you to engage in a dedication ceremony, say yes. If you see an advocate doubting their role at UAC, bring it to the attention of an enforcer so they may receive the help they need. Don't be selfish. Tier 2 is for everyone.
Here at the UAC, we take pride in nurturing a growing workforce, and each year we harvest only the best of the best. Are you ready to move up? To take on new challenges? To become more than you ever dreamed you could be? Talk to your supervisor to see if you meet the requirements for this year's Soul Harvest.
Soul Harvest. So anyways, no, Petey Barlow, but thank you for asking. The chainsaw. Cutting, now this, so we haven't actually seen the full loop yet. In fact, we still haven't seen the full loop even at this point. The chainsaw kills things, and those things drop ammunition. It depends. So the chainsaw is actually a legitimately brilliant addition to the arsenal. Killing things gives you stuff back, but only little tidbits of health, right? And killing things with glory kills gives you the invul and all the other stuff we already talked about. Killing some with a chainsaw gives you a bunch of ammo. Running around and doing other stuff, and there's various ways to get it, will increase your fuel on the chainsaw. You can have up to 5 fuel, I think, totally. Maybe it's 10. You can have a certain amount of fuel at a given point in time. Maybe it'll show me here. Yes, I know. Thank you. Please go away. 3. Okay, so at the moment we have up to 3 fuel. I'm pretty sure we can upgrade that later. And so this creates the loop. This is the reinforcement loop. Chainsaw kills give ammo. Ammo was used to kill demons. Demon kills give us the possibility of getting more fuel. Fuel lets us use the chainsaw to kill more demons, getting more ammo. Now, there's some variety here. It's not as simple as I just described, but it's part of the overall reinforcement loop that the entire combat system sits upon.
The UAC. The world is counting on us. How committed are you?
So, for example, and there's a bunch of ammo. Notice I got a whole bunch of health out of the guy for the glory kill. I don't have proof of this, but I swear they drop more health when you yourself are low on it. Especially from a glory kill. I could be wrong, though. Don't quote me on that. So, chainsaw. Also, the chainsaw is just a button. So I don't have to switch the chainsaw that attack. I can just hit, in my case, I think I'll put it on Q. Q or Z. Yep, I put it on Q. And then just... Yeah, again, that's anecdotal. That's just from observation. I assumed it gives more HP, and we just saw it happen, so... Again, reinforcement loop. It's all about keeping you running as fast as possible and moving through the game. 5... We're dead. 5 we'll talk about in a minute. That's our first death. Terrible mood, Evo. Like this morning I had to go without like everything. It was terrible.
We take pride in nurturing a growing workforce, and each year we harvest
Once again.
the best of the best. Are you ready to move on? To take on new challenges? To become more
Can I help you?
Talk to your supervisor to see.
To my knowledge, demons do not respawn, though. Yeah, no, that's a bunch more health. Look at that. That pushed us up from like 20 to 80 something. Yep. Quick refill. And yeah, I have a distinct memory of saving fuel charges for later stuff. Sometimes you just really, really want something to die.
Access denied. Yellow security clearance required.
Interesting. So, by memory, 4 never grossed me out. It was 5 that finally started grossing me out. And 5 did absolutely gross me out. So we'll see. Oh yeah, we do have a map, which is here. Also shows the door. That is something that we have an established precedence for, Black Malkin. It's admittedly very subjective, but it boils down to the idea if I ever have to specifically start looking away from the game because it's too much, that's usually when I start thinking about giving a negative. If it ever gets to the point where I'm actively just completely mentally blocking out the game, then we've probably codified a negative at that point. Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot to even point out you could do this. You can also do this. Get rid of that. Notice it's not true 2D, which actually works in its favor, given the 3D nature of the level design. Anyways. We need a yellow key. I apologize. As we all know, I do not have the capacity to understand jokes. There are no jokes here.
The UAC. The world is counting on us. How committed are you?
Okay, fine. We can have puns, but only puns. Nothing else. There's one thing I don't like about this game. There's no save system to speak of. Like, at all. There's an autosave, or more accurately, a checkpoint system. But you can't just save. And the checkpoint placement is questionable, and usually done before encounters, and the game can crash. So, weirdly, that's probably going to be a negative. In fact, that might actually be a double negative. It also means you're in the forced Iron Man mode, aka the Dark Souls problem. Exactly, Black Malkin. No, that's 100% negative worthy. I actually forgot about that. Until I went to save earlier and was confused that it didn't. There's our fuel. Gotta have fuel. By the way, did you notice it actually... Man. Doom 3 is a better game than this in every way. I don't know why anybody would ever actually play this game. This game is garbage. It's garbage. Like, that shot that I just did, where I shot out most of a guy's upper torso, that's a good example of how this game is not gory. I know that sounds strange, but I mean that with total sincerity. We actually talked about this the first time we streamed this game, and when we got into Doom Eternal. This game isn't gory, it's cartoony. There was this giant splash, like someone had thrown a balloon full of tomato juice at someone. And it just went sploosh. And then his upper torso was just gone. That's not gore. Gore is more... Horror tends to lean more into gore, and has plenty of well-established tropes for trying to demonstrate something as awful, or gross, or unpleasant, or whatever. This is a joke. Like, look at that.
Demonic presence at unsafe.
There are very minute but specific things that they do in order to try and make it look less gory. And by they, I mean fiction in general. I've seen these tricks used over the years. For example, being imprecise with details. If you see giblets fly out, and they're literally made of just like chunks of steak that the movie makers or episode makers or whatever actually just bought at the local grocery store, then it's imprecise enough that your brain looks at that and all you see is just red giblets. Nothing specific, right? So that's one thing you can do. Another thing they can do is to cover it up with so much red, and it is almost always red, that you just look at that like there's nothing to actually take from that. It's not even gore, it's just spaghetti juice. I think you're right, Black Vulcan. Like, this game, and especially Eternal, but this game is also rather colorful. Probably as a direct reaction to the brown era of gaming, if I were to guess. Because by this point, the brown era was already starting to be mocked. Especially when this game started actual production, which was 2013 or 2014. Another good example of, something that's not actually disgusting would be Metal Gear Revengeance, a game in which you can slice people into pieces and rip out their spines in order to heal from them. But again, it's not gory, it's ridiculous. What was the joke, Zavika? What's funny is Mortal Kombat itself has drifted in and out of actually being gory and not. Depending on which specific era it is. Because like some of the original Mortal Kombat stuff was designed to be gory, but kinda wasn't, even back then.
Demonic threats eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
But then sometimes they'll do like a Mortal Kombat game and they're like super ridiculously gory. Like the first one to do the X-ray stuff. I forget which one that was. And it was just like, what are you doing? I really hate that question, Dream Whisperer. No offense, it's just, I've never understood why people ask that question all the time. Anyways, I'm not going to answer it because I never answer that question. Yeah, this is like a weird thing. Although we should write down a pacing positive, actually. Whoops. There we go. As a potential. There's a lot of this when it comes to the pacing of this game. Breather section, exploration section, usually a story bit, and then a big ol' arena section. And that's kind of the normal pacing flow of the entire game. We'll see if that ends up being good or bad in the long run as we go through. There's no DLC for Doom 4, so we're just pushing through it, and then we're done. Okay, so, I don't actually want any... Can I get... Hang on. Nope. Charge burst or bust. Oh, that sucks. Well, here's the charge burst. I think you're right, Trithon. And we swap between with V. There we go. I knew it was. So, this is charge burst. Enough said. Charged burst is, yeah, it's something that I actually played around with this a little bit when I was doing some challenge runs of this. You want to treat it kind of like the Charge Buster in Mega Man games. You're essentially always charging, and you got to get that the mental timing built in there. I'm gonna keep going with this though because this is my preferred favorite, especially at this point in the game. But we might actually switch to that later. Grab the yellow key card here. Hi. Can I help you? Stay there for a second, would you please? Thank you. Excuse me. By the way, something that they do in this game, which the first time I ever saw this was God of War. I think God of War 2 specifically. Is even though they do the standard animations, they go out of the way to make them quicker and punchier, which in addition to helping characterization, also helps reduce padding, or more specifically, seconds and minutes. In fact, one of the most common negatives I give seconds and minutes to games for is, hang on, let me open the door. Right? You know what I'm talking about. A bajillion games out there have a thing where it's like there's this whole animation that takes entirely too long to play for something you do constantly. In this case, it's, oh, let me open a door. Chunk! Whoop! Done. It's the same thing with the glory kills. If they were slower, it would probably be really, really frustrating.
Access granted.
Let me in. What?
Welcome to the UAC's Mars installation, located in the vast Hellas Plain impact basin.
The Hellas Plain. Get it?
Research facility is pushing the boundaries of the imagination each and every day. As a valued employee, your loyalty is more than just a commitment to the UAC. It's a commitment to the future of mankind. Thank you for your service.
So, that's a contentious topic, Warpcore. But before I answer you, Savicom, you're probably not aware of the fact that this game is usually referred to as Doom 2016, which is when the game came out.
All UAC employees are subject to regular med checks to ensure their production capabilities are not degraded.
I hate this corporation. The game's actual title is just Doom because the gaming industry hates me. But most people call it Doom 2016. You probably have heard me refer to it as Doom 4 a few billion times. So the game came out in 2016. It actually started functional development in 2013 or 14. It started total development, including the project that was completely scrapped, in 2007. But this does take place after the original Doom 1 in lore. The exact distance between the two, well, that's an interesting question. We'll talk more about that later. As of this exact moment in time, they haven't even mentioned... Doom 4 keeps it kind of vague on purpose. I actually already talked about that. Because the writer wasn't sure if they wanted to have this be canon or just be another reboot. It is Doom Eternal that then said, okay, now that Doom 4 has been a success, we're going to go ahead and shred all these together, except for Doom 3. And all of these are going to be part of the same timeline. So we're not quite at that point of that retcon yet. So, third gun. Normally we'd call this an SMG. Although recently superseded by the plasma rifle as the UAC's standard issue weapon, the heavy assault rifle is still in widespread use due to its dependable mechanical firing mechanism, high accuracy at long range, and an abundant supply of ammunition. The weapon is effective at all engagement distances and is best used against a solitary target unless a micromissile modification is present. The standard issue ammunition is a 50 caliber FMJ round. And yeah, this is an LMG. Straight up.
Welcome to the UAC's Mars installation, located in the vast Hellas Plain impact basin. It's hot.
Yeah, the micro missiles are one of my favorite alternate firing modes in both games, I think.
It's a commitment to the UAC. It's a commitment to the future of mankind. Thank you for your service.
I'm kidding, Reggie. That's true, Black Malkin. And from what I've been able to read, because I was curious about this, Dark Ages is deliberately designed to be a prequel, so same section as the same continuity as the Central 5. Now that they've codified all that. So let's play around with this thing. It plays like that. Surprisingly low spread, and as the thing says, effective at most ranges. It's also got a nice chonky sound to it. Listen to that. Listen to that. And yeah, it's a great closer weapon to use before you actually get, in range to shotgun them. Oh yeah, so, Berserk. This is Berserk. It's exactly what it sounds like. I don't actually have much to add to this. It's Berserk. It is slightly different from Doom 1 and 2's because there's a grapple. I'm trying to show it off a little bit better, but you will snap to the enemy at a certain range. Ah, looks like I didn't range it off. Whatever. I did it slightly there. I just didn't call attention to it. I apologize for that. That's another thing. The Berserk also has less of a visual impediment to actually seeing what you're doing. It's always nice. Now we get to do that fight over again, because of the aforementioned checkpointing problem. Yeah, by the way, notice they put a couple of enemies that are specifically designed to be chainsawed right next to several canisters of gas, so you can play around with the LMG for a second. HMG, whatever you call it. Oh, there's a new one. Another new one. Snap, that's the word I'm looking for. There's a bit of a snap to it. Snap on or lock on or whatever. I don't know where the demons get all this blood from. My goodness. Do they even have blood? Is this actually blood? Is this literally raspberry jam? Because that would be funnier, really. They just love raspberry jam so much they're eating it constantly. So when you kill them, it just all goes splurshing out. They have no digestive tract, so, you know, it's just sitting there. Yeah, cranberry sauce. Sometimes there's some marinara in there. They love a good marinara. So that's why they're summoning demons. It's for the nutrition. Listen, hear me out, Southcom. I've got a great idea, okay? Let's summon demons. I believe we can upgrade it later, Black Ball. Don't quote me on that, though. We haven't gotten Argent energy upgrades yet. So the Berserk is one of the other components of the gameplay reinforcement loop. But we haven't seen all the mechanics yet. Wait for a sec. I need this. Thank you. Look, I don't need to keep going. Let's summon demons and statement.
I'm blocking your access to the facility scanner. Come to the Vega terminal, and I'll give you what you need.
Sure thing. Definitely not evil, Hayden. Real quick, for those of you who've never played this game before, only those who've never played it, do you think Hayden is the villain? Yes or no? Yeah, once we actually go to hell, we'll start seeing some hell logs about how much they are absolutely terrified of Doomguy. And I mean, wouldn't you be? I mean, come on. Can I help you? Quit it. There's another one. Alright, whatever. God's sakes. Oh, well, hang on 1 second. Alright, where's it at? Because I don't know, to be honest. Really? Discord? Really? And by Discord, I mean Twitch. They're all the same thing, honestly. Well, now I have to look for Marine with absolutely no guidance because I just lost connection to Twitch. Cool. The really funny part about this is I'm actually still connected to Twitch. I can tell. In fact, you can tell if you're watching the same thing because you can see the chat right here, which is still updating live from Twitch while I'm streaming to not Twitch because it won't connect to Twitch. Like, think about that for a second. I'm pulling the chat live without any issues. But no, I've lost the stream connection, so there's no actual stream there. I do kind of get why that's a thing. It just means there's a specific routing thing, which is going weird, but it's still irritating. I have connection. Twitch, go home. You're drunk. I also like not having to get oxygen while I'm outside. That's nice. Okay, so I don't know. I guess I could check the map. Yeah, I know where I am. Thank you. I don't see it around here. Hang on. I've been over here, apparently. Anything down here, maybe? I gotta be careful, because I don't think we had a checkpoint. I can't save and go exploring along the side of the facility. For future reference, when it loses connection like that, feel free to answer my question, because I still have chat. It's like, it lost connection, but I still have chat, so I can still read what you were saying. I mean, the log proves that. Side of the facility. Roof. Okay. Oh, hang on. Let's go up. Box with blood. Well, this box also has blood. And blood. See, I was already up here. I was hesitant to keep going. Because, you know, I can't save. I'm sorry to keep complaining about that, but it's such a minor and, like, frustrating irritant that would be so easy to bypass. But no. Oh, okay. Alternate route in. You know, if I had been able to save up there, I could just reload my save instead of having to do this all over again. No, Dream Whisperer. No, 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 no. First of all, we've already failed at that. Second of all, I don't think that's really a worthwhile usage of anybody's time. That's a good point, Loner. When did Dark Souls come out? Real question. There you go. The reason I bring up Dark Souls specifically is because there is an undeniable fact that Dark Souls had an impact on the industry. Which I suppose sounds like a bit like a duh, but my point is, considering Dark Souls came out in 2011, and this game functionally started development in 2013 or 14, it makes me wonder if there was any influence there, especially with regards to the save system, because this is in many ways similar. Now, it's actually worse than Dark Souls, because what Dark Souls does is like a constant autosave. Like, it's sort of weird how Dark Souls does its save system. Here it's checkpoint based, but otherwise the same concept. If you want to, Dream Whisperer, go for it. Especially if it's not super far out of the way. And yeah, Demon Souls obviously predates this, but then again, nobody ever heard of Demon Souls except for the niche people. Dark Souls is the one that made the splash. Hi. And bye. Love the doodad placement. You can tell this is just the spot where people would drop things to go outside. Look at that. Got some cheesy mac, some sodas, some oxygen. Yeah, a little thing of water. Boots lying around casually, helmets. There's another game I can't think of, which isn't Kingsfield or Armored Core or Dark Souls or Demon Souls, which is also Dark Soulsy, which came out before Demon Souls. I can't remember what it's called. But the point I'm trying to get at is they actually had been doing the same general formula for a while. It's just Dark Souls was the one that finally got widespread attention. That's actually a good question. Next time I see the checkpoint save icon, I'll test it. I don't want to lose the progress we've made. Yeah, doodads absolutely everywhere, of course. So, Possessed Security 2. Possessed Security will keep optimal distance from its target. If a target gets too close, the Possessed Security will attack it with a ferocious shield bash, and then retreat to a preferred engagement range. Possessed Security have only been observed using the DS-117 UAC shotgun and shield outfit, which suggests their ranks are exclusively created for members of the Special Forces military unit called the UAC Neo-Phalanx. The Neo-Phalanx is used exclusively as a military defense for remote UAC colonies. Notice the usage of the possessed essentially as health packs in the middle of otherwise different encounters, which once again goes back to that all-important encounter design. A single shot or a couple of melees turns these into health pickups. Actually, yes, it is Blitchable. Doing Doom games live and breathe on their encounter design, it makes sense. And no, I don't know if you noticed quite a my grenade was on cooldown there. Don't worry, I do plan to pick up the increased grenade cooldown speed thing at some point. Especially given how much use I get out of that. Oh, by the way, do you notice ammunition is universal? You just get ammo. It's a good way to simplify, that reward, so you just get ammo from stuff. No, it's okay, Dakota. I had the exact same thought if that shield guy was in the door. I was like, I wish I had my grenade right about now. Let's check something here really quick. Oh, we can't even see those yet. That's fine. Let's go ahead and get this now. Oh, it takes 2. Damn it. Never mind. What's with all the red? Actually, here's a fun fact. Do you think the L energy running through the entire Earth, keeping the Earth operational, is a bad thing or an amazing thing? No, exactly, Plutonian. And here, given how extraordinarily small the clip size is, like, we have 90 ammo on the LMG, 20 ammo on the shotgun, and infinite on the pistol. That's it. That's our ammo count right there. They really want us to be cycling through guns, and they really want ammo to be sloughing into us constantly. Yeah, it's hell, it's fine. Earth is hell. Around a bit, don't mind me. Hi, Vega. How you doing?
It's a gift. Take it. It will give you strength, help you on your journey, if you can withstand the power surge.
So this should actually kill us, but we're Doom Guy. So instead, it's our final upgrade system. Let's see. I'm gonna go with ammo.
That is pure Argent energy you've just taken into your system. It seems to agree with you. I will unlock the remaining Argent cells within the facility for you. Vega, give him what he wants.
61,337 UAC members deceased. 81% of the facility is on lockdown. Demonic presence through the Mars installation is critical. According to the records, Dr. Hayden, the invasion originated in the Lazarus facility. It seems that a hell wave was activated, transforming 64% of all UAC employees into the creatures you see roaming throughout the facility. The rest were killed by the demons released from their holding cells by Olivia Pierce.
I feel I should apologize for what's happened here. Some of my employees took things too far. Olivia was the cause of all this, and I believe you will have to deal with her in time. You may not agree with our research, but know this. We exploited Hell and its resources because it was in mankind's best interest to do so. What you now see in this facility is the cost of progress. Huh. But none of that matters now.
There is an emergency in the foundry. The regulators have been destroyed and the core temperatures are now destabilizing.
They've overrun the adjacent facility. If the venting turbines aren't re-engaged, neither of us will survive the meltdown.
All right. Hayden plays a mean game of chess. That's all I'm going to say about that right now. I don't think he's one of those people who plans things out multiple steps ahead. I think he's one of those people who just adapts on the fly. And he adapts constantly. Yeah, very reactive. So they show the face of the Doom guy in Eternal. I don't think they do in 2016. Don't quote me on that. Is he a Krennic? No. Is he a robot or human or exosuit? No. So, we've already seen the much more, shall we say, pristine facility. This is the,
After running more diagnostics on the active Praetor suit, it appears that I can accelerate the upgrading of your arsenal by measuring your combat effectiveness. I have added a tracker to your helmet's display.
The facility will not allow you access to the turbine room unless the demonic threat level is brought down inside the foundry. Our security systems cannot be overridden.
one of the few competent things they did here. Their security literally cannot be overwritten, so it doesn't matter what you do, you cannot override the fact that you can't get, demons into certain areas. I only point that out because Hayden wasn't an idiot when he was setting this place up. And let's be clear, this is his baby. What's really kind of funny is if not for Olivia, this would have actually worked out pretty smoothly. Now here's the catch. There was always going to be an Olivia. At some point or another, someone somewhere was going to betray them to hell. That's the catch. Oh yeah, Hayden is mad about all of this. As well he should be, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. I feel like you going away right now. Thank you. Like base, right? Mathematical probability limit, Ruth. The number of people required to run this facility is just too high. Ergo, at some point or another, someone is going to come in who's going to be susceptible to influence and manipulation. Ammo again. I forget if it's here yet. Hang on, let's double check something. Looks like this is not the one I wanted. Early in the development of the Argent... hang on. Ah, damn it. Early in the development of the Argent accumulator, it was discovered that Argent plasma, compressed into Hayden radius spheres, named after Samuel Hayden, would retain its structure when charged with enough radioactive isotopes. Once formed, if the surface tension of the plasma sphere is broken, the energy cache contained within will quickly discharge, energizing anything it comes into contact with. Argent's caches were the forerunner of the Argent accumulator, but their vulnerability to blunt force makes their use too unpredictable. There are still hundreds of these prototype Argent caches to be found at the facility, and they have become somewhat of a collector's items amongst UAC employees. Should you find one, please report it to your departmental enforcer. Test subjects exposed to this sphere exhibit extreme rage and increased strength. It has been noted that subjects given the Berserk Sphere will vent their rage on any living creature they can find, and will even self-harm if given no outlet for their fury. In the extremely rare case that a subject survives exposure, they will be left in a perpetual state of delirium and should be exterminated. So, a very, 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 that's a good question. 150 at the moment, Black Vulcan. Very, very minor thing here. The, words. In several Doom games, including Doom 1 and 2, and 3 for that matter, with the exception of Red Rooms, there were situations where you could just kind of completely ignore combat and run through an area. You saw me do that at least a few times. The reason I bring this up is because clearly someone somewhere recognized that and decided, rather than make it mandatory to kill things, which they actually did also do, that's the Red Room concept, they decided to go ahead and do the combat rating thing in the upper right. Do you see that? Up there? The more you participate in combat, the more stuff you kill, the more weapon upgrade points you get, the more you can upgrade your weapons. You don't have to. There are still quite a few Red Rooms in this game. And yeah, 5 really leaned into that. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Congratulations, new advocate. If you're reading this message, you've been promoted to the Foundry Resource Team. If you are volunteered for this service, you are joining an elite brand of Tier 1 advocates whose work and dedication keep our mission running on all cylinders. As a member of Foundry Resources, you will have access to some of the most advanced equipment the UAC has to offer, including grip-ton cargo handlers, Delta V jump boots, and dinophasic elevators. New members might want to consider applying for an exclusive Team Tattoo upon joining, as a sign of faith in our science. Team Tattoos are a mark of your tireless work at UAC, and can be requested by signing up for any of the Lazarus Wave case studies. Please contact a Tier 3 Advanced Weaponry Technician to fill out your application for Pentagram brand today. No thanks. I'm good. Yeah, it's just Hayden, dude. So, we can have a tactical scope on our LMG, which is exactly what it sounds like. Or we could get something actually good. That's what those are. Need I say more? In terms of raw gameplay, it's similar to the charge shot over the shotgun. Reload. They target in, and then they explode.
Gas leak detected. Denied.
So you're probably wondering, what was the point of showing that off? Well, obviously it's like, oh my god, hell's evil. The real reason is that's our target. That's the guy with the handprint we need. So now we gotta go follow him. It's the same thing with the zombie earlier that had the yellow passkey.
Core temperature rising.
Yeah, notice we're getting back to peeking. It's a different style of peeking, but it's still there. Hell, earlier I could see most of this stage from the beginning of the stage. Now I should be able to upgrade my grenades. Which we're gonna do. And yeah, I wonder what that is. You know, I don't actually know, Dream Whisper. On the one hand, that wouldn't surprise me, but on the other hand, I have no knowledge about it in any direction. And yes, as Takoida pointed out earlier, all platforming is manually painted. If you're not intended to be able to grab something, you can't. One of the more common indicators is those things right there, those little lights. Little non-obtrusive. I admit, on the one hand, I wish they were a little bit more obvious, but on the other hand, I am kind of sick of yellow paint, so I'm with it. So here's the guy from earlier. I need this. Thank you. No, Evo, I'm sorry. As with some previous games, it's taking a lot of my attention. I'm sorry, do you mind repeating it, please? I swear there should be a switch over here or something. Am I just blind? Am I just supposed to make the jump? Never mind. Okay, ignore me. So okay, there's a map in this game. Check it out. Woo!
Access granted.
Thanks for that. Now, okay, now I gotta go double check the question log. Let's do it. Pausing the entire game to see what she was asking. Let's see here. Am I having fun? This game sucks! Clearly, Doom 3 was the better game in every way. I think we can all agree with that. It's okay, I'm not a demon, so I don't have to immediately oust myself. Oh, sure, good.
Gas leak stopped.
Sure thing, ISE. What am I doing? Ah! So this is what I was talking about earlier. Sorry, I wanted to actually show it off a little bit. Speaking of... Obviously, this isn't pretty, but a decent amount of that is navigable terrain down there. You can actually see the jumping puzzles we're going to have to do eventually. You can call it a puzzle, whatever. You get the point. That was where it came in, isn't it? The gameplay of Starfield with the storytelling of Disco Elysium. So the gunplay sucks, and you're depressed the entire time. Sorry. And as a reminder, there's no falling damage. So there's no real penalty for just jumping down at certain points. It's double depression. Double depression, double your fun, double big gun. Can I help you? Imps. Despite their low status amongst the demon ranks and their seemingly endless numbers, imps have unique characteristics in battle. Some prefer fighting from an elevated position, while others will rush their target and swipe at them with razor-sharp claws. Walls and obstacles offer no defense against the imps, as they will leap great heights and easily hang from surfaces. The imp is capable of channeling hell energy through its hands and shaping it into a projectile. As the imp channels its energy, airborne particles and debris are sucked into the maelstrom to create a condensed, superheated fireball. The mechanics of the imp's ranged attack suggest they are actually a lower form of the summoner. Have you filled out your UAC accidental death and dismemberment form yet? See Jessica in Human Resources for assistance. Banelings, am I right? Boomer. It was actually Santa Claus. The big question in my mind is if Eternal or 2016 will score better overall. This game has the benefit of not having DLC. But Eternal does have an overall, let's call it, more developed narrative. I also remember Eternal more. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. Me. Statistically speaking, DLC lowers the score of a game. I don't know about you, but I like story in my porn, Black Malkin.
Demonic threat reduced by 25%.
I'm weird. I like story and everything. I'm dead serious when I say that. Some of my favorite Mega Man games are ones that have some kind of narrative thread. And some of my favorite Doom games are ones that do the same thing. Same with RTSs, FPSs, doesn't matter. If I could pick one setting for an RTS with the gameplay of StarCraft 2 and the story of Halo Reach, which setting would it be and why? StarCraft, wait, no. Let me chew on that. What's better? No story or bad story? No story. See, that's the catch. The asterisk there is it has to be good story. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Adding something does not make something good. It gives you the potential for good or bad. Right? You now have the possibility of positives, but every possibility of a positive is also a possibility of a negative. Not just in the obvious review system, but just from a general perspective. You add voice acting, that can add to a work. It can also, you know, get rid of it, right? You can also diminish it. Cutscenes, that can work out. Leveling system, enemy design, you get it. Well, I don't want to speak too positively of it, Black Malkin, because I'm not there yet. I remember its story relatively positively, but then again, most of what I enjoyed was the presentation, not the core meat of the story. One of the biggest detractions I got from people in YouTube comments when I covered Doom Eternal was people saying how weird it was that I was speaking positively on the story axis, when most of what I was talking about was animation, voice acting, cutscene design, etc. Stuff like that, right? Little blurbs of flavor and text that added to the narrative. Not what most people think of, which is the plot. I need to check the challenges for this map. 3 possessed with 1 explosive barrel, 3 death from above glories on possessed soldiers, and find 2 collectibles. See, I think I'm the truly weird one here, ISC. Because you're right. In reality land, you're right. But in ideal land, for lack of a better way to call that, what I want is great gameplay and great story. It's why the games with great gameplay and great story are the ones that sit at the top of the list. Yeah, no, we're gonna get to a checkpoint, and then we'll show it off. So, a couple of explosive barrels. Hey, Melkor, give me 1 second, please. So I want possessed specifically. Are any possessed in here? A bunch of imps. Imp, imp, imp. Specifically have to be soldiers? Yep, specifically soldiers. Okay.
Demonic threat reduced by 50%.
Hey, Qualitas. And thank you, Melkor, for the sub, as always. If you give me a moment. Well, it's funny you say that, Chthon. It's like, by all rights, he should be completely PTSD'd out of his mind. But no, he's fine. He could angst it up, but he's just like, eh. Trails in the Skyblock. FF, too long of a game, and Rayman Legends. You got it, Melkor Blade. Thank you again. And yeah, if I'm being honest, I kind of just noticed that, Dakota. Go ahead, make fun. It's okay. Huge guts. Were the last lines he ever said. Well, finally, this stuff. Damn it, I think that was a good cylinder. Oh, come on. That's an interesting question. Who did voice Doom Guy? It's in Eternal, the line. Oh, checkpoint reached.
Have you filled out your UAC?
Demonic threat reduced by 50%.
No, Lunator. No, that's a straight up reference to Terminator 2. I do love the fact that you don't die immediately in lava, as amusing as that probably sounds. Considering how resilient this stupid armor is, that makes sense. No, exactly. Doom Guy just loves watching T2. Like, on repeat. I think it's the first time we fought these guys. We've seen them a few times. So, Hell Knights. The Hell Knight is a towering brute, bred for combat deep in the bowels of hell. These diabolical beasts are the prized gladiators of the demon horde. They relentlessly stomp towards their target, smashing their massive fists into the ground to create shockwaves that stagger their opponent and leave them vulnerable to bone-crushing melee attacks. The Hell Knight's powerful legs allow it to leap across large distances effortlessly, quickly closing the gap to its enemy. Oh god, that would make sense for Vaughn. There we go. 1 of 3. Oh, geez, that's a good question, Reggie. The music's still playing. That means there's still an enemy somewhere. Aw. Okay, that was actually funny.
Have you filled out your UAC?
Okay, where is this? I've already picked up the key.
Demonic threat reduced by 50%.
Now, what's interesting is I kept my progress, even though that was on a previous save. Which I suppose makes sense, since that's kind of a save-agnostic thing. It's not quite per account, but it's kind of the same concept. Me. Come on, I'm over here. I'm over here. Come here. Come here. I just hit completely the wrong button there. Because I'm a moron. Try that again. Ah. I've heard some people call this dubstep. I have no idea what I'd call this. Industrial? No. It's doom music. It actually is a very different style from what they do in Eternal, but we'll get to that. Sleep, Evo, sleep. Forever! I don't know music genres at all, so I'm really the wrong person to ask that. I was extremely not ready for that. That's okay. Maybe I can try killing those stupid Marines again.
Remember, the Blind Council is always watching.
I don't know where this is. Where is this?
Demonic threat reduced by 50%.
Where am I? Oh god. Why am I over here?
Stay focused. Stay committed.
It's okay, Evo. I understand that you hate me horribly. No blame. Okay, I see where I am. I see where I am. Yeah, it apparently saved on opening the door when the guy popped out. That's kind of weird. Whatever, not gonna argue it. Samuel Hayden is the chairman of the UAC. Born into the wealthy and powerful Hayden family, he completed his master's in theoretical physics at Oxford University, showed prodigious talent in several fields, including thermodynamics, electromagnetic theory, and nuclear science. At a young age, he established the Samuel Hayden Foundation, a philanthropic organization dedicated to sponsoring young scientific talent and funding scientific programs in schools and colleges. His daunting intellect made him a prime target for the UAC, and they recruited him soon after he was appointed General Director of the Global Sciences Council. Samuel took over leadership of the UAC after a few months after the discovery of the Argent fracture, and immediately put the Argent Tower into production. During construction of the Argent Tower, Samuel was diagnosed with stage 4 inoperable brain cancer. He was given 6 months to live. He dedicated those last few months to finding a radical solution to his mortality: cybernetic transference.
Remember, the Blind Council is always watching.
Evo. Enjoy sleeps. Hopefully. I hear it's something that people enjoy. Strange to me, but, you know, what the hell do I know? So, I don't want to talk too much about Hayden yet, because, you know, obviously, we haven't revealed what Hayden is yet. And my usual approach for this kind of lore running is to not actually discuss stuff until it's there. So I'm not trying to be mean, Linnerith. I'm literally trying to not give away too much yet. Does that make sense? 12 hours of sleep. I don't even know what that would feel like. Good Lord. I get like 7 on average. Please. You know, you remember how I was talking about how in the workplace, it's gotten to the point where people will try to one-up each other with how bad their jobs are? And then, as a consequence of that, companies will then exploit that to try and get people to work more for less. What is that about us as a species? Because I just mentioned, you know, I don't get that much sleep, and several people immediately tried to one-up me in chat. And I know you're mostly joking, but it is a very human psychological response thing.
Warning. Core temperature rising.
I know, we're competitive, blah, blah, blah. Like my personal favorite example of that is from back in college. Back in college, I used to work and then immediately go like straight from my work shift, which got out at 7 a.m. to college, and then I would sleep for a few hours and then I'd go back to work the next night. It was terrible, and I don't recommend anyone do that. But the reason I bring it up is not to complain or to brag, just, you know, it was awful. But almost every time I bring that up, someone's like, "Oh yeah? You want to know what I went through in college?" And I'm just like, and this was true back then too. While I was still going to school, people were like, "Oh, you've got it easy." Possessed. I actually took ZQL last night. That's for, that's unusual for me. I try not to do that, especially nowadays. I used to do that every night because I've suffered from a form of insomnia ever since I was a child. I don't remember what it's called. It's hard to get to sleep and it's easy to wake up. Whatever that is. There you are. So, there's a good demonstration of it, finally. While he was doing the shockwave attack, I took no damage because I was in the middle of a glory kill. No, that's just fact for the most part. Although I do find that grouping people into that kind of a category is a bit too reductive, but I know the type of people you're talking about. I've actually been yelled at. So you know how it's hard to find a job right now, right? I've actually been yelled at from people who have been like, "Why are you having so much a hard time getting a job? Just go out and get a job." I mean, you're just being lazy, obviously. That's the only possible reason why you could be having problem getting a job right now. Hang on, I got another one for you. Why don't you own a house yet? My grandfather got a part-time crap-ass job and had a wife, 4 daughters, and a house from that. For the record, she, my grandmother, didn't work. He and his one part-time crap-ass job paid for everything. Yeah, think about it in terms... Some economists, or people in general, tend to think of it in absolute terms. Don't think of it that way. Think of it in terms of percentages. Think of being able to afford a house and a family working at Arby's, right? Completely impossible now. Or as a teller at a bank. You couldn't make a living wage off of that. Why do you think it's so much more common that families, or, you know, I forget what the official economic term is for it. It's considered under tax code as well, but units, aka everyone in a specific household, whether they're related or not, tend to be multiple people in the units all working in order to be able to pool their resources to be able to afford rent. Please work, please work, please work. Ah, did that count? Did that count? Nope. Ah, I was hoping that would count for the barrel thing. Exactly, Ross. For every example of some asshole who's like, "Why don't you just get a freaking house?" There's also people who understand that times change and things are different. I have the wrong mod equipped. Let's fix that really quick. By the way, did I mention you could swap on the fly? I don't think I really properly emphasized how awesome it is that you can literally swap in mid-combat which format of the gun you're using. Because that is a great feature. Thank you. Ah, yeah. This is stuff. need to jot that down before I forget about that. What do we put that under? Kit? I guess that's Kit. We haven't even talked about Kit yet. Is that Kit? Is that respec? How does that work? Being able to swap gun modes on the fly. That feels like Kit, right? Yeah, I think I'm going to agree. Gun swapping.
See Jessica in Human Resources for assistance.
That's a new one. Another reason you keep doing glory kills, other than the obvious gameplay benefits, you want to see new animations. Oh, hello. Speaking of swapping on the fly.
Have you filled out the UAC
Demonic presence reduced to minimum save levels. Lockdown disengaged.
Minimum save levels.
Turbine room doors now open.
Lol.
Your devotion to the UAC
I believe so, Blade Tival.
foundation to our success.
Don't actually quote me on that.
We will establish a new paradigm and move humanity.
Warning. Core temperature reaching critical levels.
Hello. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, for those of you who haven't seen it yet, my machine gun shoots rockets. This is actually one of my favorite alt fires in any of these games, by the way. I like it, Linear. Let's do it. Doom Eternal does have some friendly NPCs. In fact, the first gameplay showcasing we ever saw for Doom Eternal was from a scene in the game, which is a great scene, by the way, and it's getting a positive when we get there. If you know, you know. By the way, notice arena design again. I'm starting to feel vindicated. A little bit. The problem is I have stronger memories of Doom Eternal because I played it more recently and under the previous review system. It almost was before the Oblivion line, because it was pretty close to the Oblivion line. There we go. But I didn't remember Doom 2016 as much as I wanted to. That was back when we were doing those really, really short reviews. You remember those? Minute and a half things. Those were an experiment. Oh yeah, the animation and the sound of it is great too. I feel like this one has a map creator, but don't quote me on that. We'll have to check that for review purposes, obviously. They were alright, Melkor Blade. And that's sort of the problem. Like, it's not like they didn't perform well, but they took a whole lot of time and effort to make for relatively little return. Come on, I know you're there. There's a new Doom game coming out next year. I'm actually really looking forward to it. Yeah, Doom 6, Dark Age. Or Dark Ages, I forget which. It's supposed to be more medieval. It's a deliberate prequel, which makes sense. For reasons I won't go into right now. Yeah, they gave us a shield that's a chainsaw. I don't know what else to say about that.
The core temperature is now stabilized.
The primary control room has been activated somewhere nearby. It could be Olivia.
While we're here. Whoop, 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 whoop. So, reduce the ammo cost of the micro-missiles, greatly improves reload time for micro-missiles, instantly activate micro-missile rack when it's ready to fire, and can be fired indefinitely without requiring reload. Allow me to say from experience, that 4th upgrade is awesome. But yeah, ammo cost is an easy thing. But before we do that, I want to look at this. Because right now we've got the bigger boom. So the problem is we're probably not going to get at that many weapon points, so we want to be specific about what we upgrade first. Eternal will probably get that negative. It did last time, Lord Harima. It was actually one of the very, very first games we gave a gore negative to. I mean, this is such a gimme. Of course I'm going to get the ammo reduction. Question is what I'm going to spend the other one on. Let's sit on it for now. Well, the good news, Drathon, is we don't review those games. So, by default, technically the answer would be yes, but in practice the answer is no. No, Ghost Rider. That's a very good question, and valid, but I discovered something about myself earlier this very year. No joke, it's really recent. If a game has a higher golden number, there's an extremely high chance that I'm going to prefer it more. Regardless of all of the other factors that go into enjoying a game, and there's many. FPS games where I thought the gore was too extreme. Doom Eternal. So, finally, the plasma rifle. The plasma rifle became standard issue amongst military units with the advent of Argent-powered electromagnetic accelerators. Based off of the HIPGD design of the early 21st century, this weapon delivers a rapid salvo of plasmoids that inflict both impact and thermal damage to the target. Yeah, thanks. Already go there? We already have blue. Okay, we did. This is where we came out of. In that case, still haven't seen any possess to get that other challenge with. Oh no, it's not only on the playlist, it's on the we absolutely have to play this list. I think there's like a couple Melkor Blade. Like Total Warhammer 3 was actually a really high rating game, but that's because it's a really good game. It's just coffee. And I think Mortal Kombat 11 was up there too. I'm not sure. I think that might have also gotten the sushi tag. If you check the list, most of the top, sorted by golden number, most of the top golden number games are sushi tag games. Only got the one. Oh, hey. So now we can make it so that power wears off, healing, and length of time it stays active, or switch weapons faster, grab ledges faster, swap mods faster. Yeah, Hades scored pretty damn well and was definitely coffee. I think actually Hollow Knight would qualify as well for that matter. Oh, the Hellraiser. The Hellraiser is an astute and tactical foe that will engage enemies from a distance with a powerful beam of unrefined hell energy. The beam emanates from an arm-like protrusion composed of cartilage and other osseous tissue. Articulation of the cartilage allows the Hellraiser to focus its energy beam into a single charge shot that will obliterate anything that stands in its path. That is the gross negative, Lord Harmon. You are correct. Honestly, I don't feel the need to explain that. DAO. I keep tapping F5. And nothing happens. It's weird.
Authorization. Olivia Pierce. Alpha 402.
This is the first time we've seen her in person.
She is trying to tear open the portal between our world and theirs.
You could not have saved them anyway.
Yeah, notice she also kind of walks weird and looks like she's partially crippled. Probably because of the cybernetics she needs to even function. But yes, this is an unskippable cutscene. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, that's a plasma rifle. Excuse me, plasma gun. Ugh.
The system won't allow anyone but Olivia to override it now. We will have to shut down the Argent Tower manually from the surface.
Not so far, Blade Joel, but we only have, what, 4 weapons so far? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, okay. Five with grenades, yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure, Lord Harriman. We weren't even reviewing games when we streamed this game. That's how far back this was.
Olivia is using the tower to drill a doorway into their world. You can prevent her from opening the gate by disabling the tower induction filters.
Untethered cross-dimensional activity is a frequent occurrence outside of the base, so it is recommended that workers buddy up when journeying onto the Martian surface.
Hang on. So let's check our challenges. Interact at the Rune Trial Stone. Oh, we haven't actually done trials yet. Acquire the auto map and perform 2 Death from Above's glory kills on Hell Knights. Yeah, Starfield is just above Secret of the Stars. Now, because of how the formula works, if somehow magically the Shattered Space is not, like, doesn't add any additional negatives, but is nice and long, then it might actually push the score a little bit up. But yeah, I think we can go ahead and officially give the unskippable cutscenes negative. We'll see how many that blossoms into. Sure, Schism Navigator. What do we got? If it's only 4 hours, it's 4 hours? 4 hours? Shoot, I might need to shove that up before FF14. So, that's what we're trying to stop. For reference. $20, I believe, Adam Ciuta. Oh, yeah, it's a Skybeam, because, you know, 2013, 2014. When did Avengers come out? I actually don't remember. $30? What? 2012. Yep. Enough said. Oh, I can't wait. I'm actually looking forward to digging into Shattered Space. It's gonna be great. Starfield is gonna officially surpass Secret of the Stars. I'm buying it right now. Coming. It's happening. So here's that trial stone we mentioned. So these are trials. So, we have to use the combat shotgun to eliminate 15 imps before the time expires. We get 2 seconds bonus on the timer per kill, 4 seconds per glory kill. We have 10 seconds. If we do this, we get a rune, which I believe is our final upgrade mechanism of like 5. And yeah, these are secret missions, and these are cool. I am probably not going to do all of these, but we'll at least poke at all of these. Some of these are really mean. Oh, Ross. Do you know what's involved in that? The Runes tab is where you can see available runes and equip them. You can also view any progress towards upgrading runes you've acquired, as well as requirements. So as you can see, we have 3 slots total for runes. We get more slots by doing more rune trials. We're going to go and equip this one. Now, these upgrade. So these upgrade based on doing stuff. And so you see how this kind of slots all neatly into just kind of playing the game. If I can be so bold, and we were talking about this literally yesterday, one of the reasons I like the Traveler's Shop in World of Warcraft is because it's designed to give you ideas of what to do. It's like a guidepost kind of a thing. But also, even if you don't care about it, it rewards you for just playing the game. In other words, the interlock of the upgrade mechanism and the gameplay are a straight line, right? They're both the same thing. So in this case, here's how you can use the shotgun. It gives you the ability to absorb items from further distance. We continue getting more items. That allows us to absorb items from even further distance. It's a fairly simple loop, right? There's quite a few of these. They also say where they are, too. Argent Facility, Argent Energy Tower, Cunninger Sanctum, Cunninger Sanctum, blah, blah, blah. You get it. So we're going to go and equip that, and we want to absorb 300 items so we can upgrade it. You get it. So, that gives us challenges for upgrades. We've got the Argent Energy. We've got the armor pieces, which is probably the weakest of the upgrade systems. Or maybe it's the Argent. No, it's the armor pieces. I'm right. The Argent Metal. Argent Energy, Argent Metal. Wait, Starfield has paid mods? Oh my god. Negative to everything. You know, that's a good point. There's no demons in Starfield. Quite refreshing. The next game we're playing might have demons. I have no idea. I mean, there's a recurring pattern that we've seen across human history, even before the very concept of a company existed, where groups of rich people will get more desperate and more frantic as the bubble starts to burst around them. And because they were never exactly smart people to begin with, they have no idea how to stop the seesaw from tilting, right? Like, metaphorically speaking, like, here's the seesaw and it starts tilting. And they're over here freaking out like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, which is making it tilt more. Maybe quicksand might actually be a better example of this, but you get the idea. This has been happening since Roman times, so this is a very, very common problem. That's absolutely what's going on right now in the AAA space. Again, and I hate to keep repeating myself, the bubble burst. It's gone. It's done. And people are frantically trying to deal with it and making the situation worse. I kind of hope Bethesda takes Starfield as a colossal smack across the face. But based on what I've seen so far about the DLC, the answer to that is a big fat no. Trials. Traveler Shop. I might be using the wrong term, Ghost Rider. Every month, you can do activities which give you coins. Trading Post. Yes, that thing. Trading Post. I don't know why I'm calling it the Traveler Shop. I don't know where that's coming from. Did Mass Effect ever repent for the ME3 ending issues? No. At least not yet. Which I know sounds like a weird way to put that, but since we know they're working on a Mass Effect 5, it is entirely possible that they will finally turn that around, since Mass Effect 5 is supposed to take place after 3 in the same galaxy. So they sort of have to acknowledge it. Like, they can't possibly pull a Deus Ex Invisible War or a Deus Ex Mankind Divided, right? They would never do that. At times, Tier 1 and Tier 2 advocates will be asked to perform dangerous duties that involve exterior work. This work may be put before you as punishment for not meeting your quota, or because you are the best person to complete the job. In either case, new advocates should approach the work with the same focus and commitment as any other task. Should you experience any interdimensional encounters, you are advised to report the event to a Tier 3 Lazarus project scientist or your departmental enforcer. You are advised not to approach any non-human entities without executive supervision. Yeah, one of the positives I've jotted down, and I actually mentioned this back during, I think it was Doom 3, is the banality of it. The corporate horror is what I call that. I'm sure there's a better term for it. And this game actually has a fairly large amount of corporate horror built into it. The way the UAC was operating was just banal. Like, you see all this crap? Oh my god, that's horrible. But actually, like, this was just a Tuesday. Oh, hello. May I borrow this, please? Thank you. This weapon has seen little design modification since its development in the late 21st century. It is standard issue to heavy weapons specialists in all military forces due to unparalleled direct impact and radius damage. The UAC improved the design slightly by adding an automated quick reload. The weapon casing has been retrofitted to accept UAC-developed modifications. Legitimate corporate horror-themed movies? My favorite Kurosawa film is arguably corporate horror. And I can never think of the name of it. There's a gentleman who has stomach cancer, and he's going through the final days of his life, and it's like just an extraordinarily good film. I know that's not really what you'd call a horror film. In fact, I wouldn't call it a horror film at all, but it's probably as close as I can get for you. Is it To Live? Oh, that's going to bother me now. Hang on a second. Kurosawa films. What do we got here? Oh, God. I can't remember the name of it. I feel very stupid for this. Cabin in the Woods. You know, I liked Cabin in the Woods until the ending. But that probably does qualify as corporate horror. I would agree with that. You remember the scene where they're all betting on who's going to die in what way? Because it really is just a Tuesday for them. Is this it? No, that's not it. Oh my God, this is going to bother me now. Oh. Ikiru. This is it, I think. A terminally ill Tokyo bureaucrat has his final quest for meaning. Yeah, no, this is it. It's actually kind of a really depressing film, but it's extremely well done. So, anyways. Rocket launcher. Less depressing. Less depressing. Hold on, what are my things? Death from Above on Hell Knights. Well, none of you are Hell Knights, so you all die. And notice, once again, they give us a gun and then immediately give us a situation to use it in. Because they thought about these kind of things, because this is Doom 4. And it can do things like that. You know, it's a great rocket launcher. Legitimately. I need him down here and damaged. Come here, boy. Don't kill me, but also don't die. There it is. One down. Notice they also give us that thing right next to him, so you're automatically inclined to be thinking, oh, I can use this to do the challenge I was just given. They're not always that simple, but I like the thought put into it. Wait, come back! No! My upgrade point. My precious, precious upgrade point. Give me ammo. Huh. If we haven't, we probably need to. Ow. Thank you for exploding on your fellow. Appreciate you. Okay. Let's spawn the mobs. Let's hit the car. There he is. Notice how the plasma rifle is good right out of the gate, by the way. Essentially the machine gun, same general precision as we had back in Doom 3, but very high damage. Everything? Nope. Okay. While playing with elevation. There it is. Cute. Yeah, this thing is great for elites. Like the Hell Knights, actually. Another thing they do very smartly with regards to the dynamic music, there's a clear intro and outro to the songs. So I'm explaining this wrong. There's like the music, right, which loops, and then you could like flow into the song and then flow out of the song and then flow in and then flow out, and so they can change where they're going based on the specifics of the moment. And it sounds like it's just one song that's changing dynamically, when in fact it's actually bouncing around between like 5. Also true, Platonia. Okay. No, they actually need an anchor to teleport at all. As we'll find out later, one of the primary methods that the demons use in order to invade a world is they will specifically add more and more and more and more and more anchors to it until they can eventually pull the target into their dimension entirely. At that point, they could start proper assimilation. There you are. So, for the plasma, we can get Heat Blast. Firing it will build up excess heat that can then be released with the Alt Fire or Stun Bomb. Pressing the Alt Fire launches an electrified projectile that stuns within its AoE. Must recharge after firing. On the rocket launcher, we have the Remote Detonate. Right-click to detonate anything in flight, or the Lock-On Burst, which we're actually going to get, which does exactly what it sounds like. It's a triple burst lock-on. Having said that, I actually think we're going to get the heat blast first. This is an extraordinarily useful thing for a plasma rifle. It's essentially just bonus damage. Bonus ammo, if you prefer. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Some of these alt modes are just better than the others, and I guess that's normal. But it gets to the point where in several cases I don't see a reason to even use some of the other alt modes. Unlike, say, the shotgun, where both alt modes are very useful. Did I already? I mean, the sniper on the rifle has its uses, but come on, micro missiles. I believe you do, Trithon. Please don't quote me on that. We are the Doom guy. The same character from Doom 1, Doom 2, Doom 64, and arguably some of the comics. Which is where the rip and tear quote actually comes from. Yeah, the Slayer, as is referred to in universe. Ooh, Chinese food. Yeah, according to the game, that's after this. But, I mean, what do you want from me? The reason I bring all this stuff up in such a vague fashion is because it's very clear that Gascoigne was actually thinking about connecting the continuity here in this game, and so laying some bricks for the eventual connections that would then be fulfilled in the next game. What are my things for this one? Acquire the auto map. Where is the auto map? There it is. It's not even that far from here, really. Hang on, before we commit to this... Yeah, aren't we canonically a descendant of B.J. Blazkowicz? And, like, Commander Keen is his descendant or something like that? I forget how the line works. One second. I'm trying to orient myself a little bit here. I suppose I could kill some demons while I orient myself. Oh, yes. Yeah, sorry, B.J. Blazkowicz is the Wolfenstein protagonist. Apologies for not pointing that out. That's the heat blast. I just wanted to show it off at least once. love that audio cue there. It's so quiet, but it should be. There's this interesting thing about sound design. You want players to have audio cues for things happening. But a lot of designers then think, got it, I'll make it the loudest, most ear-piercing, aggravating thing possible. And then it gets annoying, especially when you hear it all the time. It needs to be distinct, not loud. There's a huge difference between these two things. So, I think register is the right term. There's certain registers that you can track and say, okay, here's where our music's going to be. Here's where our sound effects are going to be. We want something that's going to be out of that register entirely. Like that little bleep, bleep, bleep. Like, here, listen. But, hang on, sorry. Oh, here we go. Did you hear that? It's quiet, but it is so completely distinct from everything else. And yeah, it's the same general problem that low-health beta leaps tend to make. Distinct does not mean loud. Alright, where are we going? Yep, nope, this way. I'm right, I'm right. You're dying. You're dying. You're dying. You bumped the fridge. You're dying. Someday I will stop quoting ProZD. But that is not this day. Dun, 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 dun. I swear to God, the sonic drowning noise is like calculated to be as absolutely panic-inducing as possible. One moment, please. I need to double check something. Well, see, it's funny because I know people who have never actually played Sonic who will then hear that drowning music and then will freak out over it. Okay there, buddy? This isn't where I want to be. I want to get that stupid map. How do I get... It says I've been over there already. I mean, it does to me, Plutonia. I'm not sure if it does to other people. That's just experience, though. Huh? Over here. Over here. Over here. So I'm kind of trying to orient myself here a little bit.
Demonic breach detected.
Demons. One of these days, I'll be done killing them. But that is not this day. I can live through that, holy crap. Oh, I agree, Percy plays 100%. It's funny because both good graphics design and good sound design are, I don't want to say underrated, but let's go with undervalued when it comes to especially large-scale development. Haste. The sphere invigorates the imbiber with lightning speed. Once broken, the sphere releases a charged cloud of soulbreaker energy, which forms a powerful, albeit brief, exoskeleton that charges and accelerates all natural movement. While the effects are brief, the speed that a hastened subject can reach is breathtaking. The heart rate also increases dramatically, ultimately resulting in myocardial rupture. The heart quite literally explodes. straight up having the multiplayer jump pads now. Was it Unreal that started that, or was it Quake that started those? I actually don't remember. Yeah, I used to play the crap out of Unreal Tournament. It's one of the only multiplayer-focused games I ever really played. Tablets, retrieved from the Great Steppe in the UAC Automated Survey of 2143, suggest that the Hell Knights originally flanked the Great Serpent during the First Age. After their master was defeated by the Guardian, the Hell Knights were placed in the arenas of Hell, where they would feed on any victims thrown to them by the demon overlords as sport. Now it is believed they guard the most sacred and important relics of the Netherworld.
We're only temporarily disabling the tower. You need to remove each lens individually. Carefully release the hinges.
Warning. Energy contamination detected.
Destroying the production of Argent energy isn't necessary.
I love everything about that, by the way. Yeah, plus to moment. It's establishment for both characters, too. Doom Guy is officially sick of this and doesn't want to have anything to do with any of this. And also is seeing firsthand the consequences of, you know, fiddling with hell energy. Hayden is just trying to get things back under control. Reset to zero kind of a thing. A reset is kind of impossible. There's other factors going on here I don't want to go too far into, but yeah. Once Hell has taken notice of a conquered world, they need to take it. So, I've already talked about this, but Hell, Chakad, they kind of have their own energy crisis. They need to constantly be expanding parasitically, otherwise they will eventually fall apart. They cannot self-sustain, right? So they always need to be claiming new worlds. Which means the moment they've noticed a world, and that world is aware of them, that becomes a top priority. Make sense? So you are correct. The moment they became aware of Earth, that was game. There was no real resetting to default. And like I said earlier, mathematically speaking, you're going to have an Olivia at some point or another. So even if Hayden had nothing but robotic people who were following him you know, for the most part. One person slipping through the cracks can, as we saw, ruin absolutely everything, which is exactly what happened. So, the Summoner. A cunning adversary, primarily a defensive summoning unit. As the demon horde swarms the enemy, the Summoner sustains the battle by opening a rift to hell and calling forth reinforcements. To prevent being overrun by the relentless horde, the Summoner should be a primary target in any battle strategy. When directly challenged in combat, the Summoner is capable of channeling hell energy into an Argent wave. Although this wave kills most humans, the occasional victim will be transformed into the Possessed. Surviving an Argent wave attack is extremely unlikely, but does not appear to be random. There is evidence the Summoner selects the most resilient of combatants for induction into the armies of hell. The Unwilling. Fully transformed Possessed that have been transported to hell to serve as shrine worshippers, slave labor for higher demons, or cannon fodder. Yeah, it's called Jakad. I might be pronouncing it wrong. They'll say it in the 5th game, and then I'll be able to adjust my pronunciation as needed. What are we at on those? 3. Me too, honestly. Okay. Let's go ahead and get more grenades so I can start using those a little bit more regularly. Over here, how's our weapon upgrade going? No. Get rid of all that. No. Doom Guy has gone through a couple of things in his career. Let's just say he's been augmented several times from several sources over several years, and leave it at that. Completely off topic, my favorite song in Doom Eternal is Gladiator. Heated up spaghetti, huh? Let's do this. I know I'm going to want this. So, here's how this works. We can finally show this off. Once you've upgraded everything, you don't actually get the 4th upgrade automatically. It gives you a challenge. Stick 4 different demons in 5 seconds. That's going to be a thing. Oh, hold on. Where are we? God, I missed it by like a foot. Where am I going? Okay, this way. Right? Yep, not this right. There we are. Completely missed this earlier. Glad I double checked. I want this. Okay, now I can relax on that front, finally. Oh. The surface of Mars. I already read this. I guess I haven't. The surface of Mars is an inhospitable environment, despite the breathable atmosphere created by the N2O2 pumping stations. Sandstorms regularly make working outside impractical, and constant maintenance is necessary to keep the facility fully operational. During adverse weather conditions, exterior work is limited to essential activities such as the Argent Tower feed control, interdepartmental transport, cargo handling, emergency access, and level 2 hazard events such as Argent meltdowns or bioepidemics. Untethered cross-dimensional activity is a frequent occurrence outside of the base, so buddying up is advised for all workers when journeying to the surface. Oh, that's fast. Look at that. What's a sand... I mean, given the circumstances, probably pretty often, Triaxia. I've actually done all 3 challenges, wow. How do you store hell energy? It's a random question for you. I mean, Hayden strikes me as the kind of guy who would want to have as many aces in his back pocket as possible. Armed with the pistol, destroy 30 barrels. Increases how long demons remain staggered. What? No. There we go. No! I don't have... Ah! I didn't have line of sight to it. Oh my god. I do like how it shows the ones you're missing when you get far enough down on the list. As Dakota pointed out, this is once again showcasing what the pistol can do, since it is very similar to how rifles are usually done in these kind of games. Or not rifles, revolvers, excuse me. AKA decent damage, crazy range, and surprising accuracy. Why would I ever use a controller for an FPS? I know about the charge shot, pancakes. It's this. You can actually upgrade. Pretty much every pistol upgrade specifically upgrades the charge shot, too. I guess I can show that off briefly. Oh, we're almost halfway through the vacuum challenge. Weapons. Here we go. Maybe. Yep. So yeah, decrease time it takes to charge, decrease recovery time after using charge, move its full speed while doing charge, and then once you do the mastery, increase maximum power of charge shot. There's a reason pistol only works in this game. Why would someone only ever release a pistol on... Sounds crazy. That'd be some kind of golden eye or something, I don't know. sanctuary for more characterization.
You must stop. The hell energy is unusable without the filters.
Good!
Warning.
I love that hesitation.
Is more valuable than you can possibly imagine. It is a perfect and unlimited energy resource.
Actually, no. But we don't want to get into that too much. I'm not sure if Hayden knows it's not unlimited, though. So that's a question mark. He should. Vega is an acronym, although the exact meaning has not been revealed by Hayden or the UAC. Once named, it was decided the AI would be needed to give a personality to make interactions more agreeable. A gender was assigned, male. A virtual age was established, 50 years old, and a colloquial speech pattern implemented. As such, speaking to Vega is a calming and pleasant affair. A blind study was conducted with computer science students to see if Vega would pass the Turing tests. The students were instructed to ask a series of questions to both Vega and a mathematics professor from MIT. 92% of the students thought they were both human. Only 8% detected Vega was a computer. Vega also played the professor. Yeah, no, the problem is, for anybody aware of it, the Turing test is pathetic and has been ousted as not being a valid way of determining sentience a few bajillion times. If anything, the only thing the Turing test really tests is the person giving the test. That's the person it's actually testing. But that's a whole other rabbit hole. One moment, please.
Warning. Energy contamination at critical levels.
We spent decades perfecting the science, selling it to humanity. We balanced their hell energy with our science, making it usable and safe. We solved an energy crisis the world had no answer for. It works. You cannot do this.
So, I've always been under the really strong impression that Hayden knew about us and didn't want to use us unless, you know, he had to. I mean, Godzilla threshold, right? We're Godzilla. Yeah, we were the final option. And I think on some level or another, Hayden is aware of how little he can control us. He constantly tries to talk us through things. And he constantly tries to use morality to do so. But the problem is, we're just a little bit too experienced to buy into his hype. Like, there's the characterization of the Slayer here is very much of a no-sell. You know, you could do all these amazing, incredible things. Uh-huh. And you could have billions of dollars and beautiful women. Uh-huh. Like, we're just blasé-ing through everything he's trying to argue with, because at the end of the day, well, that's a good question, Blade Default. That is my interpretation, and admittedly based partially on Eternal. But at the end of the day, we look at this situation, and we say, no, either because we don't care, or because we've been around the block a few times. Take your pick. It's worth noting that regardless of retcons, even if we take Doom 4 in a complete vacuum, the Slayer has been around for a while, as we'll find out later. Oh, nice. Okay. Let's do this. I mean, it's not like the Slayer is completely unintelligent or berserkery. He's just got other things on his mind right now. Okay, everyone group up, group up. We're only 2 guys. We haven't really talked about Vega yet. We haven't done a lot of interaction with Vega yet. Let's switch over here. Definitely. We'll talk about Vega. Don't worry. Oh, summoners. One of my least favorite of the elites in this one. You. And okay. Still only 4 of them. Is it 4 or 5? It is 4. Okay. This will make sense. Group up a little bit more for me, please, please. Sniper's just going way over here. And they're just all over the place. Look at this. Too slow. Hard to get one of them. We can try again later. It's 4, which is easier than I thought it was. I thought it was going for 5. True, but well, like I said, there's kind of an interpretive thing going on with Doom Guy. Kind of one of those things that happens when you specifically give your character no dialogue.
Remember, the 12th Council of 9 is always watching you.
The what? We don't know how to count, so we just came up with some arbitrary numbers. I think we'll call this good.
If stopping our energy production is what you want, then you need only to destroy this last filter, and Argent energy will no longer exist in this solar system. We will be back at square one. You have no idea what you have just done.
Olivia is still alive. I've detected her life signature at the Argent Tower. She has removed one of the accumulators from the tower base. It has a unique energy signature that we can track.
Well, that's it then. There's nothing else to be done.
I'm gonna go break for lunch. I'll be right back.